Alright, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Yo, New Mexiban, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alerts will happen eventually. I don't know, that shit's getting worse over time. It's crazy. Stream Elements hates me. Pog. But anyway. So, I'm clickbaiting hard for today's setup. There it goes.
On fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you so much, New Mexiban. I appreciate it. 20 months means the world. Thank you. So I'm clickbaiting today's build super hard because it's funny. So I took my cat girl Shrek character and I was like, hey, let me do some poison stuff. And I ended up doing some other poison stuff, which ended up being some other poison stuff, and then I ended up with a build. So it's funny. They were having an intervention about your hoarding issue. Fuck. Listen, it's not an issue. It's a calling. McG, Viper, Pico, Cheese, Mr. Adblock, Rexus Monster, Jules Winfield, New Mexiban, Brucey, Swaghetti, Conman. Hope you're all doing great today. And yeah, no CRUTCHMEISTER. I figure I'll just leave that in my title for a while. Just fuck with people. Once you start poisoning people, I can separate the realities of swamp-based gameplay from everything else. It's fine. Everything's fine. I have control. I have control. I'm completely in control. So, this build that I started messing around with last night and then just kind of it accidentally being good. It just escalates always. Yeah. It's a Spore Warden Spell Shot build, and it's very active. Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Hoarder or Collector. Ooh, I like that. Collector. So, I made over the character a little bit. Just looks absolutely beautiful. Peak character creation right there. No Berserker Awe. Yet not an Awe setup for once. Now, I'm sure I could make it one.
To bring the arcane pain.
Hey, Poria, how you doing? Kevin also says hi, apparently. Hi, Kevin. What? You want a head pat? If I give you my hand now, you're not going to give it back. Yeah, he knows. He knows. Is that Fiona? I should have made it look like Fiona.
There's a Kevin near you.
Alright, we'll pet the Kevin momentarily. He's being too damn cute. He knows it. Watch, he's gonna swipe for the hand when I take it away. Oh, he didn't. He was listening to me talk shit. Oh no, I've been called out. Okay, so, it revolves around this. This right here. And, don't get me wrong, the Furior gag reflex will not kick in here because we are not using Pixies, Shrikes, or Hydras. We are using the Lightning Bolt delivery method. And, I don't know, 100 subs and I'll say Lightning Bolt every time I reload. For the whole stream. This game needs Shrek ears. It does need Shrek ears. Hey, Pupty, how you doing? But basically, every time we throw this, we get a big old fancy lightning bolt that chains between enemies. Now, this scales up with gun damage. This scales up with bullet damage. Elemental stuff. We've got Spore Fuse Enchant, as it's affectionately known on this, which means that when it impacts, it has a 25% chance to cause that additional explosion, double dipping our area damage bonuses, our global damage bonuses, our poison damage bonuses. So it's that. The other stuff is filler. Like, I just happen to have this shotgun, so I was like, fuck it, I'll get some sort of beneficial enchant on it, and that's something. I'd go for something else, but I didn't care enough. I happen to have a White Rider, just a kind of a bad White Rider, but it rolled this enchant, so I threw it on there. I did get this body rocker, though. That was pretty cool, so that's a decent thing. We got a peg leg for reload speed, an echo delivery. We've got a Skeep with poison damage and Spore Warden power. There's a few amulets you could use here. I was using Harbinger for a bit. I just haven't gotten a good... I want a poison spell shot Harbinger if I'm going to switch to that. Body rune with barrage charge on reload. This is my swamp. Yep. Gun damage, spell damage stuff. A spell shot Spore Ward and Amalgam with high thread count, 3 Prestidigitation with really good stats. I was wondering when I was going to get to use this, and it's coming into play. It's another no capstone build, though. We go down to Wrath of Nature, and 1 slot, 1 kill. No donkey, 0 out of 10. I'm working on it. It's a work in progress.
So much to
Yeah, another no capstone build. So we'll jump in and do some stuff. Now, I need more SDUs. Just big disclaimer. I need more SDUs. I don't have, like, any in this character. This was my my first save that I made. And I finally repurposed it to be something. Should have called it Swamp Thunder. Shit. Is it too late? Is it too late to do that? Versus Donkey AR? I don't have one, Pico. I don't have one. Only had that Spore Ward enchanted on 1 item, and it was a volatile green Stoker gun. So rare to get that thing? Yeah, it's very rare. So, we run around throwing green lightning bolts that do alarming amounts of damage with our excessive reload speed. And occasionally we use our bow or a spell. And these lightning bolts do chain. The chains can spore fuse. It's pretty fun. Furior chucking. Yeah, Jack, classic Furior chucking. None of that companions shit. This is actual Furior chucking. I made it just for you. I was thinking of you the whole time. While I made this build, I looked directly into my camera, licked my lips, and thought of Less Handsome Jack. Ammo consumption, though? Yeah. I'm thinking maybe I'll keep a ShamY on this save and like a low-level pistol. We might end up doing that for ammo regen purposes. I don't know, we'll see. I also do want to get a high projectile count poison shotgun with lightning bolt to chuck. Lighting scale, spell, and gun damage? Yeah. I don't know if it directly scales with spell damage, but that's why we went spell shot, to turn our spell damage into bullet damage. They get area damage, they get poison damage, they get gun damage. I didn't bother to test to see if crossbow module lightning bolt is spell. It might be. I don't fucking know. All I know is it does that. Big number. My ammo's a little low now, but that's fine. We have other options. What does the time skip do? Think of it like the Nagata grenade from BL3. You snap, and each snap spawns a projectile, and then at the end you flick your hand forward, and all the projectiles you spawned go after enemies. Pretty neat. Shrek? Yes. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Also have a White Rider with Spore Fuse. It's pretty okay as a backup weapon. Oh, those chains are so satisfying. And delivering our Echo with Peg Leg gets us the massive reload speed from the Peg Leg. Easy. This is a Poison and Spore Fuse centered build with spell weaving shenanigans? Pretty much, yeah. It's centered more around this gun, but it ended up being, yeah, Poison, Spore Fuse, all that good stuff. Hey, Midweek Soul, how you doing? Really clever. I'm glad you like it. Glad you like it. I wanted to build around these Lightning Bolt modules for a long time, ever since I got my hands on them in the demo build of the game. Back in February. And finding the right one to use took a while. And then, of course, there's having the right multi-class combination. Spell Shot seemed like the most natural synergy because, you know, you get extra damage for reloading, along with a bunch of reload speed. But figuring out the second class was the tough part. And I think this kind of cements it. Because getting back a barrage charge every time I reload is great. Using barrage will apply Wrath of Nature debuff. It will also trigger enchants at will. And what are you doing, cat? And in terms of enchants, more specifically, my Spore Fuse enchant, which is very nice to have. Need damage spell shot seems correct. Which class mod do you want ideally with this? So if I could get like area damage, all damage, and then like something else on like with these skills on a warped paradigm that converts spell to ability damage, I guess. That would be something. Now, note that that warp paradigm would also convert 50% of spell into melee damage as well, and if you happen to use a Dagger Storm module, Dagger Storms scale up with melee damage. So, you could introduce that to this build as well. Yeah, this is the armor I'm using. Just about to ask about spell ability paradigm. Yeah. But this amalgam is obviously so good that, like, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, this is a crazy good amalgam. Like, actually almost perfect. The only way it could change is obviously being chaotic or volatile, but also maybe the point in Windrunner could be another prestidigitation, but I can't say that I mind. Because this amount of movement speed is pretty nice to have. Yeah, and the poison on poison helps the Spore Fuse to double dip those bonuses. I'd have more damage if I had Spell Shot power on my amulet. But currently I do not have a good poison damage, Spell Shot damage, or Spell Shot power amulet. Do not have a good one of those. So we're at the mercy of the Amulet Bunny again. Also, I'm not hugely committed to this spell, it's just what I have. You know, a good damaging spell with a short cooldown, multiple charges. Just the Impaling Ice Spike always comes to mind for that. Open to more suggestions there, though. Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt's a little aiming intensive for this setup, because by the time the Arcane Bolt gets to an enemy, I've thrown 3 Lightning Bolts at that enemy. So it's like precision and also just deciding not to do damage. Now, sure, Arcane Bolt is just basically spammable. It'll have like a 1-second cooldown in the setup. But, I don't know, I want to experiment with other things. I was thinking about Fortifying Sigils, because I have the cooldown from Font of Mana right now. Now, I have 8 out of 5 because of Butts Talent, but 5 out of 5 Font of Mana is already a lot of cooldown. So, like, I could just use something that does have a bit of a longer cooldown.
Better fight to one. I always do.
Quaking Sunders? Yeah. A 2-charge Quaking Sunder would do it. Always get the inflammation to go. I do have a couple of those on me. It's very entertaining to ignite an enemy and then chuck them to death. That's very fun. Definitely neuron activation from that. Spell Shot Spore? Yes, Avari, yes. Always advocate for Fortifying Sigil. It's always fun. Laser Hand? I'm a bit concerned about Laser Hand's damage here. Get Peg Leg going. Stop moving. I missed a lot, but... No CRUTCHMEISTer. Hey, Black Panther, how you doing? Make sure I didn't miss any ammo on the floor. Let's go do Yellow Raid boss. Gross damage, you like it? This is the quote-unquote weakest of the Furior modules. Other than standard impact or bouncy, I suppose. Fully convinced that at this point every build involving spell shot uses a paradigm. Don't really agree. For example, my spell shot Clawbringer, currently in its setup, would not get a lot out of a paradigm. Ah, yes, the build. Ooh, the chunk! The chunk! That was a big chunk in one hit. Ooh, that was spicy. Would Claw's Hammer not enjoy a paradigm? Yes, but my Claw spell shot does not currently run Hammer. My Claw spell shot currently runs Polymorph. Can someone clip that chunk? Claw's Hammer get ability damage bonus or only melee elemental? So the throw, the throw on the initial hit is melee, and then the AoE afterwards is ability. On the bonk, it's the initial hit is melee, and then the Nova's ability. Clipped? Thank you, Viper. I appreciate it. What's your favorite build? That kind of changes pretty often, J. Reese. So far, what I've enjoyed the most, though, is building around Awe and a Clawbringer. Because it kind of shatters people's expectations. They're like, but I thought Clawbringer bad. I'm like, no, Clawbringer crits more than any class you've ever played. And that's fun to build around. So probably that. Cute, just gonna grab that clip. And what the skill tree looks like is we're down to Wrath of Nature, and 1 slot, 1 kill. We take everything for damage for us here. We don't want mag size, that'll make our ammo deplete faster, even though it would increase our chuck damage. We don't have SDUs for that. Maybe when I have more, maybe. But until then, I take Spore Cloud with that leftover point, and then we get move speed from Windrunner. Reload speed, magic bullets, a cooldown for spells. Action skill cooldown doesn't matter here for us because we're running the barrage charge on reload enchant, and every time we chuck, we get a barrage charge. So we have infinite bow stuff on this setup if that interests you. Morning, Hazel. How you doing? Finally defeated the loot goblins. This build looks cool. I'm off to listen and learn. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. The other recommendations for a Graveborn build isn't companion build. Did companion, I got bored not killing things myself. I really like pairing Graveborn with Berserker and using Reaper of Bones. So you just use your health bar as a damage resource. You run around shooting things, healing as much as you can. It's a race against time, against the drain of the action skill. I really like that playstyle. Allergies again, every morning, chat. Every morning. It's the worst. Been clipping the Discord channel. Thank you. Graveborn spell shot, spell build's also really fun. I'm personally less into that, but it's definitely an alternative to the companion playstyle for sure. So, valid recommendation. Alright, we're hitting this because I'm going for a poison spell shot amulet. We could go with a Harbinger here, we could go with the Skeep, we could go with maybe even a Thurge, honestly. A Thurge would be awkward. What kind of Harbinger do you need? I'll check when I get home. Poison damage spell shot and preferably good passives otherwise. Do you utilize some companions for your spells as the milk truck? Yeah. Just having companions around for Faithful Thralls is just kind of a thing that all Graveborn builds do. But there's a difference between that and, like, you know, spamming pixies and letting them play the game. Slim pickings here, but I'll sift through this stuff just in case. The reason why we want poison damage is because that boost would not only affect this, but it affects the Spore Fuse as well, and that's double dipping of that bonus. So poison damage would be huge to have in this slot, which is why I'm using it on the Skeep. Because this has all damage and poison and is a volatile roll. Whereas this Harbinger, for example, has spell shot power, but it doesn't have the poison damage. It doesn't have a damage passive. A Harbinger is good because we have infinite barrage, so just on demand 50% ward recovery. Pretty powerful. When it multiplies through blast gas, like elemental, all damage, area damage. It's more important to get things that boost your spell that would trigger the blast gasp, and then you want to prioritize below that things that boost both. So if your spell is, for example, area damage based, then yeah, area damage is going to be big for that and blast gasp. Now, fortunately, blast gasp matches the element of the spell. So yeah, get elemental boost to the element of your spell is a big priority. All damage is going to double dip into that as well. Area damage will depend on the spell.
Welcome to the gun show. Oh, look at my pants over here.
What does the Spore Fuse anoint do? I'll show you. So for 10 seconds after using Barrage, whenever you do gun or ability damage, you have a 25% chance to get an explosion that has a base value of 30% of the instance that caused it. Now this inherently double dips because it is a damage source based in part off of the damage of another source. meaning bonuses that apply to the first one, if they are in the formula for the second one, they get used again, which is not adding, say, 15 area damage to 15 area damage. That's 15 area damage, and then the result of that gets the 1.15 area damage multiplier again. So it's exponential rather than additive, would be a way of explaining it. Any recommendations for wards? You're never going to go wrong with the good old Body Rune. Body Rune is very, very reliable. It gives you some extra fire damage. And this is not an increase to your existing fire damage. It creates fire damage for you. So if you're using like a frost gun and you want some extra damage against flesh, put on a Body Rune, kill a weak enemy, you got the damage. Also, it heals you on kill. And because it's got a very low recharge rate, it pairs very well, and a long delay, it pairs very well with if you have a mood ring. I'm not using a mood ring at the moment, but the while ward is not full, effects increased by 100%. Very easy to maintain on a Body Rune. Curse Wit is also just, good damage. I don't have any on me. And in this build, I wouldn't run a Curse Wit because too far from enemies.
If you dare.
But yeah, Curse Wit's good.
But seriously, you should dare.
Like a whirlwind build called Windbreaker? Yes. Oh, I got myself. Oh, it's worth noting that Body Rune is a global bonus element, so it applies to everything, including the explosions from our Spore Fuse. Which is just excessive. So we're getting a Body Rune 20% bonus element on our base hit, then we're getting another 20% on our Spore Fuse explosion. Because, of course we are. There are a few things you can't cram a Body Rune into. Yeah. Say the most versatile in terms of fitting into builds would be the Body Rune. I would agree with that. I don't know if Unarmored Defense activates Mood Ring. It does not, Yakumers. Unarmored Defense treats your new your reserved point, that halfway mark it won't go past, that is your new maximum for all purposes, including while full effects, which is actually hugely advantageous because this lets you get more consistency in, say, amp wards. It not only makes it easier for you to break your ward, it makes it easier for you to fill your ward, because it doesn't change your recharge rate, it just cuts your max in half. And then gives you an even greater value of HP as return. So Unarmored Defense is just Giga Chad shit. You just take it if you are that far in the tree, and you forget about it. It is something you always take if you are that far in Berserker. No exceptions, there are no builds that don't benefit from it, it is always a positive. I think for rooms like this, I'll use this White Rider. Conserve ammo, because enemies are kind of spaced. Think of one exception. What, using Deathless, maybe? Maybe using Deathless. What's this build? This is, what did I call it? Swamp Lightning? I don't know, it's the name that, like, 1AM me came up with. I was like, how am I gonna clickbait this shit? But this is a Lightning Inferior build. You can see the damage is present.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot. Leave it.
Ask for advice? Absolutely, Avi. What's up? Swamplified. Swamp Thunder, maybe.
You won't be needing that.
Another question, does the last right shotgun have another effect other than ricochets? Totally feels like there is. Not to my knowledge. Mustard? Not to my knowledge. But yeah, regarding the unarmored defense exception there, Spaghetti, that we both came to the conclusion of, I would never run a Deathless on Berserker anyway, so kind of a moot point. Like, if you're that far down Berserker tree, I just would not run Deathless, because you're missing out on Blood Frenzy's heal. Like, there's no Bloodletter in this game to turn healing into shield restore, so I just wouldn't go Berserker with them. But yeah, valid exception. There we go. We're chucking Sunlight Spears. If you don't call this Lord Gwyn build, the internet would be so disappointed. But it's Shrek. See, it's Catgirl Shrek. And they're poison spears. So like it's not very Gwyn-like. Now I will say I was listening to Soul of Cinder theme as I often do while making builds, because that's like my build making hype track. Not the DS1 Gwyn theme, the DS3 Gwyn theme. They're both good, but the DS3 one kinda hits different. Going Spellshot Greyborn. Should I boost my Greyborn power and go for Reaper of Bones or Ambidextrous? That's gonna depend on your playstyle preference, Avi. If you want to do like a more gun-oriented setup, then Reaper of Bones is gonna do more for you. If you want to prioritize your spells, then it changes up a little bit. Yo, Eternal Dragon, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome into Catgirl Shrek does her best Zeus impression and crushes all Chaos 20 content. You guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I make funny builds, I make optimized builds, and I also make cursed builds. This is a Furior build using the module that people don't talk about, the lightning bolt ones. I kind of fell in love with these. Early access to the game was one of the first things I used. I was like, oh hell yeah. And only now am I getting around to actually building with them, but super fun. We got a Spellshot Spore Warden set up, and we just absolutely chunked the yellow raid boss in the last run. Like, biggest single chunk of that I've seen in a while. Here, I'll share the clip, if you guys would like to see. That's the clip. Ha, thank you, Viper. Great minds. Poison Dart Frog build. Yes, Stone. Yes. We could stay up late swapping manly stories, and in the morning I'm making waffles. You know, let's go, Mr. Adblock. Also, say hi to my shitty neighborhood. It's 9:52. What are you doing? Your lawn looks like shit anyway. Stop landscaping. But anyway, Eternal Dragon, how's it going? How's your stream? What'd you get up to?
For the weak.
Morning, Urban Mech. How are you? Is that lightning from the reload poison damage or lightning damage? It is poison damage. So, lightning bolt modules will take the element of the gun unless it's non-elemental, in which case it defaults to shock. So, poison means poison, and we're using the Spore Fuse enchant. Double dip our poison bonuses. Lightning Mod gets spell and area damage boosts. I'm unsure on spell, but because we're a spell shot, spell damage is bullet damage. So it gets area damage, it gets poison, it gets gun, it gets bullet, and all of that's enough to give it a pretty good formula. It's hard to test whether this gets spell bonuses or not, without an enchant for that. Random ricochet saved me. You love to see it. Honestly, I like neighbors that do shit around 9 a.m. so I can get up and not be a lazy slob. Yeah, for me, I work at this time, so like... Spellshot Capstone or Graveborn Capstone. Again, that's gonna depend on what kind of spells you're using. I'd say if you're using Reaper of Bones, you're more likely to want Graveborn Capstone. But there's an argument for going Spellshot Capstone, so that you can refresh cooldowns of longer spells, and spamming spells gives you Sanguine Sacrament, which is one of the biggest heals in the game, and it's really good at letting you keep Reaper active for a long time. So really, that's going to depend on your choice of spell, and nothing else, really. Oh no, my mushroom's gonna die. Mushroom! Oh, you don't have priority over the random loot piles. Okay, that's fine. What class mod are you using to get the second mage armor point? I'm using an Amalgam, Spellshot, Spore Warden. Spellshot primary, Spore Warden secondary is capable of rolling an extra point, I should say, in high threat count. When armor defense activate rings with ward not full effects? No. Ow. Your new full is that reservation point. So you still need to have less than the point where it stops regenning. Basically, there needs to be shield that is capable of regenning for you to get that ring effect. Also, how bad is that background noise, chat? I can close a window. It won't help much, but I can close a window. Let me know. It's not bad? Okay. It's probably worse for me than you. Didn't notice they said something? Cool. Get our peg leg active. There we go. It's really nice. Gotta get me one of those. Yeah, it's a hell of a drop. Well, full increased by 100%. It's hard to keep a full ward, but honestly, that's really good. Melee damage, melee crit damage, spell crit chance. I'll take that, even though that'll be hard to get use out of. Yeah, we have ammo. Let's do yellow raid boss again. Any key to getting Spore Shot, Shield enchant? Just be lucky. Just be lucky. The character-specific enchants are weighted against you. They are less common than several other ones. So, just gotta be lucky. Any good legendary spells? Lots. Lots of good legendary spells, Avi. Arcane Bolt, Glacial Cascade, Twister are some of my favorites that come to mind. Reviver actually has a deceptively high damage potential. Granted, it's a long cooldown, it's more intended for utility, but you can kill things quite efficiently with a Reviver, and I just find that enjoyable. Big chunk again. Not as big as the last one, but still good. Just enough ammo. It's like using the res for damage, unthinkable. Except the Reviver actually does good damage. Like, it's actually good. I think I have one on me. Let me look. I might have put it away. Oh, no, there it is. So, a non-chaotic or anything reviver with kind of mediocre parts, still 1,800 card damage. You can get a reviver with an extra projectile, volatile, and spell damage parts, and then it'll be about 2,500 times 2. 5,000 card damage from a simple cast. It's strong. Hey, Poison Dart, thank you so much for the 15 months. I really appreciate it. Generous as always, means the world. I hope you're doing incredible. Thank you. Get it with extra charges? You can, but remember, extra charge parts come with a cooldown penalty. So, I do have an extra charge reviver somewhere. So I've got 2 charges, but the cooldown at base is like 42 seconds. So, if you're gonna run extra charge revivers, I'd say run Sever the Thread, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of running extra charge, because then you don't need it anymore. I have a ×3 reviver? That's crazy, Avi. That sounds really fun. Be funny if it auto-killed on dead mobs, that would be. Hey Severius, how's today build faring? It's faring great. We are memeing on raid bosses with a lightning bolt Furior. Underestimated module, but you build for it, it's very good. Hey Drodo, are there any shields super high capacity trying to pump a bit more damage at Dire Sacrifice? What is it? Kinetic Friction, I believe is the one. No, it's either Static Charge or Kinetic Friction. I'm forgetting which one. But one of those can get like 8,000 capacity if you get a chaotic roll with good parts. You get like 8,000 base capacity on that. It's either Kinetic Friction or Static Charge. I can't remember which one at the moment, but go for those. I'm hearing about the Reviver spell. Need to find a level 41. Does it do damage or revives only? Both. It'll damage enemies, and it'll revive teammates. So it depends on what you use it on. Static Charge, thank you. Volatile Mace Warder is also AK+. Ooh, that's cool. That's good to know. If you want to use a gun, non-throwable with spell shots, better get gun damage stats or spell damage. You want both, Justice, because the way it works is, magic bullets is now, ever since the hotfix last week, one of the only, it's actually the only way to get bullet damage, which the game treats it as gun damage as well on the card and stuff, but it's a separate multiplier to gun damage. And the only way to pump up magic bullets is either get more points in the skill, or by getting spell damage for it to convert. So getting more spell damage gives you more bullet damage, which is a fresh multiplier to your gun damage. So you still want both. You want to have enough that you have 2 decent-sized piles multiplying each other rather than a lot in one and a little in another. What are 2 sites you always recommend for Wonderland's resources? I don't know if I recommend any sites yet. Fate Maker Hub's gonna be good. But I'd say use the resources channel in the Discord, !Discord. We've got a lot of stuff accumulated there that can be helpful. 11 out of 5 prestidigitation, LOL. This one is trying. Gun damage, Berserker power, all damage. Like, it's trying, but I have a better one. Somehow acquired an element neutral slam and stamina as a bug? No. There's one on the ground right here. It'll still apply the poison effect, it's just the base hit will be non-elemental. Salmon can roll in either non-elemental or poison. Trying to kind of follow along your build and use what I have that's a bit different. Yeah, understandable. Any skills equipment that add extra projectiles like BL3? There is a gun enchant that adds a spell projectile, and there is a spell enchant that, after a spell kill, adds a gun projectile. Those are the only I know of right now. Now, there's also Red Hellion's effect, which is only supposed to apply to itself, and because of a bug, there are instances of people applying it to other things. But that's not a Red Hellion specific thing, that's just some weapons do weird shit. But in terms of non-bugs, as far as I know, it's only the 2 enchants. 1 for spells, 1 for guns.
That's more like it.
Always look at these vendors, chat. There's always something good in there. Whether or not you need it is a sometimesy thing, but there's always something good. How am I doing on backpack space? Good. Alright, let's keep going. I need more moon orbs and money. Also, I should probably knock out the rest of my collectibles. I don't have the Zumios shrine on this character. But let's actually grab the Zumios shrine real quick. Can the Spore Explosion enchant proc a status effect? Yes. Can that status effect then triple dip into Pandemicium? So status effects don't really... They don't get some bonuses that, intentionally to avoid them, like, triple dipping like that. So it'll still be a weak dot. But then, that armor, the Pandemicium, it has a base value on its explosion. So it won't dip anything. That armor effect does not double dip because it has a set base. A fixed number. So, like, you could have a dot for 1 damage and it'd have the same result from that armor as a dot with, you know, 10 billion damage. Same explosion. Morning, Corrupt Clay. How you doing? Do Wonderland status effects double dip, or is it just certain items a la BL3 Dragon? I'm inclined to think it's just certain items, Pris. How you doing, by the way? Because the way they restructured gun bullet damage will apply and then increase gun dots, but gun damage doesn't. So they seem to consciously be kind of dancing around, hey, we don't want dots to do certain things. Which is understandable, because dots are already strong, but... Figured I'd just bring it up. Alright, why was I here? Oh, I want a pistol SDU. I want to see if I have enough, and also I was looking for Paladin Mike. It's probably by the gate, right? Ooh, we got 2. Beautiful. Well, thanks. All the better for hearing that answer. It's what I assumed, but language seems to mess with it recently. Right.
The enemies are on the move. I'll scout them.
Okay. Let's grab a couple camps and then Zumios, and then we'll be good. Really happy the dots are significant again. Yeah. I want to ask a weird question. If I want a similar playstyle as Zane, clone, speed, everything dies would be recommended. Leaning to a spell shot stabbo. Yeah, that'd probably be the play. Yeah. Sounds like the move. Makes sense that gun damage didn't apply. BL3 Guardian rank gun damage didn't. The on-shot gun damage does apply, and then the on-hit one doesn't? Yeah, the on-shot applies and the on-hit doesn't. Now we're in a situation where the only on-shot gun damage is magic bullets. So if you're doing a gun dot build, that locks you into spell shot, basically. Otherwise you lose an entire category of molt. Whereas you could get, like, status effect on anyone.
Get stuck.
Because dots get their on-shot from a bullet, but applies a dot. Right. So this is like how Splash and Crit don't. Right. Thanks for giving me luck. I got a rain of arrows from Parasite, not even 5 minutes after joining the stream. Let's go, Cheshire Kaz. Rain of arrows slaps so hard now, chat. Do I have one on me? I might have one. I got a volatile rain of arrows. Fucking 1200 times 6. 1200 times 6. 1200 times 6. I'm gonna keep saying it because it's bonkers. The ultimate Vorkanar weapon? Yeah, Vorkanar, Pigwort, they just kind of stand there and take it. Well, Pigwort doesn't stand there, but it's more that, like, Pigwort doesn't start his animation to start moving before Rain of Arrows just tells him to die. Isn't that higher than most launchers? Yes. Yes, it is. It's higher than, like, most things. Non-build related question. What ranged melee options do I have, specifically asking for the purpose of popping lucky dice are out of range so far? I've only found the Ragnarok works. Fatebreaker can do it, although it doesn't pass through walls the way the Ragnarok does. But in terms of ranged melee delivery, you have Mage Staff, which is ground-based, you have Fatebreaker, which flies, and you have Ragnarok, which is a shockwave. Does a Clobber Hammer break dice? Nightbot beat me to it. This is another one that's not in the Chaos Chamber. I love this map in Chaos Chamber. Take that. That could be useful. Thanks, my guy. Always welcome. Go live tweet. That's the thing I read today. Uh-huh. It is the thing you read. I'm proud of you. Good job, Control. I see we're having another connection issues kind of day. Lovely. If a Gargle Snot falls in the Weep Wild Forest, does it make any noise? Thank you for testing, Micro. When's the first DLC gonna come out? Hope to add more variety to the endgame. More variety to the endgame with the most variety that they've done at launch so far. Kind of ambitious, but sure, Severius. The answer to that is 1 week from tomorrow, we get the first DLC. There's a lot of, stuff that's being underestimated about Wonderland's release. Let me break numbers down for you. So, Wonderlands has more launch endgame content than any other Lands game. Just has more. It's got 4 raid bosses, plus the Chaos Chamber, plus 20 levels of difficulty progression through said things. In terms of items, I've seen some confusion on this. I double-checked Loot Lemon before I opened my mouth on this one yesterday, but let's look at Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 has fewer legendary items in the base game than Wonderlands does. I looked that one up after seeing some people assert that BL2 did all these things that it didn't. Now, not as many as Borderlands 3, but we are getting a Borderlands 3 post-launch support model of patches and weekly hotfixes. So, perspective helps these things. I meant more big bosses and more maps. But we got 4 raid bosses. But yes, more maps is something I'm pretty sure they've said we're getting. Seems fewer in Wonderlands since Wonderlands has more categories. That is probably a huge contributing factor, yeah. Love coming to the stream. I'm always hit with knowledge, and I mean that in a good way. Always learn so much. Big thanks, man. Hey, always happy to have you, Corrupt Clay. I just like talking about stuff I'm passionate about. And that's lands games in general. To an extended run. 506 out of 515, Quag sweating, true. Didn't BL2 also not add hardly any legendaries DLC? There's only a few. There were some added. For example, the Pearl rarity was entirely DLC, and that was, you know, a few items. Effervescence was also DLC. And then they did add uniques and legendaries. Not as many as BL3 added, but BL2 did add a lot with DLC. So that just puts Wonderlands in a position where, okay, best case, we get BL3 levels of they're adding so much shit over time, which we know we're going to because we've already had a Season Pass trailer, and we know we're getting the post-launch support model of BL3 with weekly hotfixes and more infrequent patches. So, worst case, we get the BL2 content model of they don't give that many legendaries, and we still end up with more than any game except for BL3. Like, it's a no-lose scenario, chat. It's so good. This game's in such a prime position to just go off. I don't even know what curse I just took. I wasn't paying attention. Magma Breach. That's fine. Don't worry, I'm not saying for Brad is something to love them, just a personal wish, you know, having more good is good. Yeah, of course, Various, of course. But to be fair, Borderlands 3 main game legendary, except for Mayhem ones are hit or miss. That's not quite true, Poria. We actually did the math on that. If we were to take the manufacturers that had the worst proportions of viable or better legendaries, and I'm talking in that category, farmable, enchantable, legendary rarity weapons. We did this breakdown on stream some months ago. At the bottom, you have Jacobs, Vladoff, and Hyperion as having the worst ratios. L plus ratio, plus they fell off. And even then, you're looking at around 53%. They were like 50 to 53%. So more than half. Whereas if you were to look at 2 or TPS, manufacturers struggled to hit that kind of ratio. So BL3 not only had more, it also had a better percentage of those items actually being good. Now, Wonderlands is in a position where I think it can even beat BL3 in terms of having ratios of desirable legendaries. We're in a stage right now where people are unwilling to experiment, and there are indeed some legendaries that truly just seem not worth your time. But something they did with the legendary design in this game is everything feels actually unique. Like, each item kind of has a distinct functionality. Malon was the best. Actually, Tediore was the best. Tediore had the best ratio. Actually, it was Atlas. Atlas had the best ratio, and then if you were to discount the fact that Atlas only had 10 guns in this evaluation, it was Tediore. So Atlas, Tediore, and then I believe next was Dahlia, and then Maliwan was in the middle. See, Maliwan had some really good guns, and then it had some really shit ones. Like Hyperion had some really good ones, and a lot of shit ones. So Hyperion came up in last place, because it just had a lot dragging down the numbers. But Atlas had only 10 items that met the requirements for the evaluation, and out of those 10 items, 8 of them were good. So, like... Whereas you had, Jacobs had a very large number of items, but it was all over the map on whether they were good or not. Because, sure, you had things like the Clairvoyance and the Lucky 7, you know, which destroyed. But then you have things like, the Trick Shot, which is, like, okay at best.
Let's see how you handle it.
Companion, just okay at best. The things like the Stone Thrower, which never really had a use case. Probably because Hyperion was really good in the early days of BO3. And it was really good in the later days. It's just, these sniper rifles and SMGs kind of drag down the entire manufacturer. Like, Hyperion shotguns, almost every Hyperion shotgun is just a banger. But then you have the snipers, and it's like, you have the crossbow, and then everything else is super specific in use case. Like, you can make the tankmans work with extreme effort, to a point where it's not worth it versus, like, any other gun, but you can. But then the NARP is just trash. And then you have SMGs where it's like, Redistributor, good. Smog, good. And then... trash. Somewhere I can check out those items and equations. It's one of my tweets. I don't have it handy at the moment, but if you go through my my tweet history, you could search probably like my name on Twitter and like manufacturer, and it'll come up. That breakdown was done before the link and the before the link was able to be enchanted. And before, I think, the 3rd vault card was out, so a couple items got added in and threw off the numbers a bit, but the general pecking order still holds up. It's out there on Twitter. New here, but I saw you playing Tiny Tina's is worth getting. Absolutely. Oh, no, I stood in stupid. Let me just tell you how much playtime I have on this game, for reference. It's been out since March 25th, 24th, depending on your region, and I have 12 days played in the game. 12 days. So, yeah, I'd say the game's worth it. Love these lightning bolt for heroes. Me too, Kevin's website. They're super fun. And it's the core of the build here. Feel like it's the best lands game yet? Absolutely, Bazooka, dude. Absolutely. Launch to launch, clearly their strongest. What is this fucking Swamp Thing Zeus build? It's Catgirl Shrek. Throwing lightning bolts. I think it was possible to discover something's more boring than using a Buffmeister. Playing with someone who's using a Buffmeister. Pain. 12 days, game's only been out for like 3 weeks. Yes. Now, my 12 days, that doesn't include my pre-launch playtime. You know, I was given a demo copy of a section of the game and a review copy of the full game before it came out. But those are not included in that 12 days of playtime. So I actually have about, I don't know, 14, 15 days of playtime. First one I want to complete is every class. Yeah. I've been delaying doing playthroughs just because I keep finding new builds to mess around with, but pretty soon I'm going to have to level more characters, and I'm okay with that. Girl Shrek is just Fiona, right? Maybe we make the character look like Fiona. Maybe. But Fiona's not a cat girl. Fiona's a princess. We're not royalty. We're just a cat. Okay, this magma breach is actually annoying. The urge to keep a crow as a pet and calling it my crow. Boo. I think sometimes people forget this is your job. Yeah. But that's... There's a lot of layers to that, micro. Oh, get it? Layers? I'm playing an ogre. It's funny. Like, not only is it my job, but also I am just a really big fan. Like, I decided to make content creation my job because I was putting in these kinds of hours as a fan. So it just made sense. Yeah, I do stream, make content full-time. This is my income, so it's in my interest to log long hours. But I also just love what I do, so. What's Curse throwing Clawhammer and popping a barrel? It's fucking behind you. You can throw a Clawhammer and cast a spell at the same time with good timing. And the animation is silly. You like bonk yourself in the forehead. Some silence the voices type shit. I'm a Catboy, but also Clawbringer, so Catboy, Dragon Daddy, I support your decisions, Ryan the Beast Gamer. I support and endorse them. Ooh, that was a good chain. That was a good chain. Getting Spore Fuse on all the ricochets is hilarious. Poor Lance is armored. Didn't even see you're part of the team? Yeah, I'm on the content creation team for the game, which has been a wonderful opportunity. Gotten to do a lot of cool stuff for it. 2K Gearbox sent me a bunch of cool stuff. See, got my treasure trove up there, among other things. Guess we go stare at each other. It's just been wild. It's been great. Does Donkey drop from bunnies? I've not seen it drop from bunnies yet, Mr. Adblock. Clawbringer is the best class because the dragon is so fluffy. Also, I should mention in terms of stuff they've given me as well, like the game. So thanks for that again. Lightning ricochets? Yeah, you can get a lightning module that chains to nearby enemies. And those ricochets do half of the original damage. Just 50%. But since it's still bullet damage, it can still trigger Spore Fuse. Why is that lightning doing so much damage? Damage formula. Lost my job at the bank very first day. Woman asked me to check her balance. I pushed her over. Nice, Samurai. How you doing?
Now that's a bloody fight.
Oh, Magma Breach with Sacred Ground. That's lovely. Yes, I'll die. The Spore Warden enchant makes this build takers impossible to get close to this damage without it. You can get this damage without it. It's just an additional layer. Like you can just run something like this, spellcast increase poison damage, just damage enchants in general. This is just another layer of batshit crazy damage. You'll see I'm killing things a lot even without Spore Fuse triggering. Like that 65k Chuck, there's no Spore Fuse there.
As bad. bad as you smell. Now that's a bloody fight. Oh, fill my enemies hearts with amazing breath. Now that's a bloody fight. As bad as you smell. Guess you ain't 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 as bad as you smell. Guess you ain't
Witch Doctor and Goblin Engineer. It's the most fun melee weapon so far, in your opinion? It's a good question. There's one that I really like, the Body Spray. It's a quest reward. Body Spray's unique effect is, well, one, it always comes with a vampire hilt, but its unique effect is if you melee an enemy that has a dot, it doubles the effect of vampire. So instead of 10% ward and health, you get 20. 20%, for those of you who were around for yesterday's stream, is the exact amount that a triple amp part shield drains on shot. So Body Spray is pretty cool. Does Barrage activate action skill start active end enchants? It does. It does. And because we're running the Barrage charge on reload, we have infinite activations of those enchants. As much as we want, because we are chucking. And we have lots of reload speed from being a spell shot. Thanks, Skeet. Got some shield that's charging a lightning strike that's doing like 5k with Mistrial of the Gull. Kind of feels bad. Full battery would be the shield you're using, I think. You're going to ASA or ASE with this. Action skill start on my spell, and then I'm running spellcast on my melee weapon. So currently, like, neither. Is amp actually gun damage like it said on the card? Tested and seemed like I want to confirm. Based on my recollection, Micro, yes. Hey, Mr. Lone Wolf, how you doing? Ayo, Livewire body spray build soon, TM? Maybe. Maybe, Yakumers. The thing with the body spray is it doesn't have the damage of, say, a Banshee. A Banshee is just kind of set apart from the other ones in terms of DPS. It just hits way harder. Okay, bye, Nightmare. Fucking bye. Hello? Nightmare, are you okay? Hello? Okay. Goodbye. Didn't know that would happen. Ah, yes. The build. Stop bullying? I can't. Can't stop, won't stop. Should've just stayed home today. Yeah. That is tragic. Do you by chance know if not being able to roll enchants on Blue Quest weapons intended or not? It seems to be a case-by-case basis, Mustard. Some can, some can't. Figuring out which is something the community's been working on. I think there's a complete list and resources in the Discord. To my knowledge, Gearbox hasn't said anything official about it. I'm hoping it's something that they're willing to change either way, though. That's a selective amnesia with high thread count. Yes, I don't care what else is on that. I'm taking that. You know, what's on Cursed Wit? No, because Cursed Wit requires you to be close to enemies. And it also requires my ward to be broken. I am doing a bit of ward tanking. Fucking 3 out of 1 high thread count, 11 out of 5 affinity, 11 out of 5 prestidigitation, 6 out of 3 magic bullets. Yeah, we had a lot of damage here. 7 out of 3 Wrath of Nature. Alright, Butt Stallion was very kind on this run. But still, that was... Can a high thread count come with more than +1? You can get 1 from skill tree, 1 from armor. My third point was from Butt Stallion. I don't quite understand how to read the armor command table. I want to know the limitations of passives that can roll alongside a specific passive. So, with armor passives, things kind of roll in sort of brackets. So there's some things that can't roll concurrently. Is that Cheryl or Rabbit on the account right now? Either way, hi. Both? Okay, well hello to both of you. Hope you're doing well today. Spore Fuse on Last Rite sounds not able to can't roll enchants. Yeah, I would like to see Last Rites enchantable. Last Rites, Headcanon are two that I would like to see enchanted. But there's some that can be. For example, the Drills SMG, the Mole Man launcher, which I want to mess around with. That seems promising, honestly. There's some that can, some that can't. It seems arbitrary. Like, there's some wards from quests that can be enchanted, and some that can't. Like, the Deuce's Visage can't. But then you have the Ale one that can. Want to see Throwable Hole enchanted? Yeah. I don't really see much of a reason to use it currently. It's kind of mediocre and can't be enchanted. How do I check that? I want to know what Spore Warden passes I can get alongside +3 to Awe. Oh, so you mean on the skills. Let me... I'll pull up the sheet for you. If you mean the skills rather than the passes. So, in terms of armors that can roll Awe, you are only looking at Spell Shot primary, Clawbringer secondary, or Clawbringer primary, Stabbomancer secondaries. You cannot get Spore Warden skills with Awe. You have to get either Clawbringer skills or Stabbomancer skills. Or, no, sorry, not Clawbringer. Either Stabbomancer or Spell Shot. There's no Spore Warden combination that gives Awe. Can Deuce's Visage not even come enchanted in a vending machine? Correct. You could not enchant Deuce's Visage at all. I love that Dahlia AR you get in Crackmass. Mistrial of the Gull. Yeah. Mistrial enchanted would be very powerful.
Think you can make it?
Go again. Pookie's Chew Toy? Yeah, that'd be another one. Found 16 quest items that can be enchanted and 10 that can't be. There's still, I think, 8 items I need to find. They don't want to spawn at a vendor. Check them. Really hard to find. Thank you for all your work on that, by the way, Reckless Monster. It's been hugely helpful. We got a lot of community members who just take it upon themselves to test things to help people out. Stuff like what Reckless Monster's doing. And it's been hugely helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Cat, what are you doing? Ow.
Dying ain't my style. Let's make this interesting.
Peg Leg is so good on this build. You just start zooming around and the reload speed. I fucking love the Peg Leg. It's so nice. Those skull things on the ground, they slow you. They just slow you down.
Hope that works out for you.
I didn't know what exactly procs the birds fly to Rogue Imp on reload. Just reloading. Just reloading. Gun's kind of nuts now. It's got high damage for sure, Beaver, yeah. Thought it was a mana recharge at first. Yeah, it's just a trap. Peg Leg, Goblin Pickaxe, and Spellblade are all awesome in their own way for spell shot builds, for sure. There's also Twin Soul. The utility of having 2 hilt mods is very impactful in some setups. I like Twin Soul a lot. Do we do Gloop? Yeah, let's do some Gloop. I don't know where I'm leading you. Where thing? Oh, over there. Okay. Don't hit the fucking wall. Don't do it. Do not. Fuck you. Three and Awe is its own prize. Who needs any other skills, to be honest? Yeah. And that's an interesting layer of how the skill rolls on armors work. Because you can... It's about balancing your class power with the skills and then just the passives. It's a lot of depth. I like it a lot, honestly. Hate the waypoints that center on the area you're in. It's supposed to go to another area. Can't figure out which way it's showing you. A few of them have been very frustrating. Probably my biggest gripe in the whole game. I've not experienced that myself, but I'll keep an eye out, Bazooka dude. Hey, Ember. Nothing more satisfying ammo than beating an invader in Elden Ring when you're evenly matched. Really gets the adrenaline going. Yeah. That feeling of overcoming a challenge. You know, a worthy opponent. Definitely get that.
That's for making me look at you. How's that for an active reload?
Actually one-tapping enemies with this shit, it's gross. 132k ricochets. And I could have better enchants here. My melee weapon could honestly have a better enchant. If I had, like, ASA poison damage, it'd be pretty good. Anarchy. Sure. Free damage. We'll elite this room. Ask you something? Absolutely. Speaking of Elden Ring quick, I watched a video yesterday of someone speedrunning Elden Ring 659. Yeah, Distortion 2 has been really grinding it out. Good content creator, by the way. I just watch his stuff a lot. But yeah, world first sub 7-minute Elden Ring run. Shit's crazy. I've never seen that man that excited. He lost his mind. It was great. I don't know what you're immune to, King, but, not immune to enough. Cool. Where did I find the focus glass ring? I'm gonna give you the simple answer to that. The bunnies in the Chaos Chamber. That's where you're gonna find everything you want. Farming Parasite so much faster with this Rain of Arrows. Let's go, Cheshire Kez. Rain of Arrows is so strong. Bye, Dragon Lord statue. Ooh, ammo.
Never send a corpse to do
Yes,
a
please.
killer's job.
Nice. That was really good damage from just the bow. That was sick. What does Fragment Rain do? Ricochets. A lot. Does this build work without poison, or it has to be poison? It'll work without poison. I'm leaning into poison so that the Spore Fuse double dips. But you could do this with other elements. You just want a Fear Knot with Chain Lightning. And Crossbow Barrel. Now, I don't even have the good kind of crossbolts here. You see, I've got melee damage crossbolts. I'd get more damage out of having the other kind, but... So not even a perfect Fear Knot for the build. Poison really work well against armor? Yeah, on Prayer it does. It's important to note, though, that there's not too much armor in this game. It's like Bunted Hog, and then occasionally you'll have an elite like this with armor. But there's not too many armored things. Dragonlord has an armor face. But most of the time you're dealing with flesh and bone. The occasional ward.
Still time to run the other way.
More ammo, please. Face with no boneless element Wonderlands yet, CZ. How you doing? It's a way more versus flesh items for sure. Yeah, there's a lot more red health bars. Same frame.
Not this time. Piss off to the hereafter. Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya? Got this.
It's complete opposite of what happened in BL3 with health and armor bars. Well, launch BL3, it was still mostly flesh, because we didn't yet have the Malawan takedown or the Guardian takedown, which skewed it towards shields and armor quite a bit. So people were fighting mostly with like COV enemies, which flesh. Is Echo the best skill for melee if I'm not doing a melee build? Sometimes. Some builds I'll use Ancient to get, for example, Reaper of Bones cooldown back, which can be quite long. For a dot build, you might want Caustic to increase your dot, chance and damage. But Echo is just a really good one to have if you can't think of another use for your melee weapon, because then you just go in and you bonk, and you get some good damage delivery. I don't even know what the enemy was. Okay. Ricochets go burr.
This should be interesting.
I'm using percent-based loot luck up in the Barf Money room. Do I need to put it on before I enter the room? Before you enter the Chaos Chamber at all. So, like, before you load into the room where the Dragon Lord's chilling, that's when you want your luck on. Because it only, at least visually, updates on map changes.
That's the way, you little rock blossom.
One last question. Does Teeter or Lightning Bolt count as gun damage, spell damage, elemental damage? It's gun, it's elemental. I'm not 100% on if it's spell or not. I'm using spell damage to convert into bullet damage at the moment. Hey, CZ, does this have spell scaling at all? I don't think it does, but figured I'd ask. It might. It honestly might. But it could just be the way magic bullets is crazy now with bullet damage. Making me doubt myself. Don't elite on every room now? Not every room of this run, but a lot of them. For your holding? Yeah, the one I'm holding. On the lightning bolts. Have you tested how play the angles works with beam weapons? No, honestly I haven't used much play the angles because I find it hard to justify even putting points into it. Like, Wrath of Nature is kind of the true Spore Warden capstone. If you go down to play the angles, you take Headhunter, which is a good skill, but then you've got 1 point which is unlikely to be of real value unless you really want ammo regen, which the setup doesn't. So you're looking at a dead point, instead of being able to get to tier 5 in your other tree. So 1 slot 1 kill versus play the angles, 1 slot 1 kill wins every time. Especially if you're using one of the many weapons that is already capable of area clearing. Like if you're using a live wire, if you're using a chain lightning chuck, if you're using any sort of black powder ricochets, if you're using a crossblade, which just goes through enemies, any of those already have inbuilt mechanics that kind of devalue play the angles. Fragment rain ricochets already. And then there's, of course, certain kind of projectiles which are unlikely to play the angles at all. That being, it's unlikely certain kinds of beams will, it's unlikely crossblade-style projectiles will. Unlikely. Untested, for me at least, but unlikely. Spore in the best class. Whenever I've seen theorizing builds, constantly thinking Wrath of Nature would be good here. Best is a hard thing to quantify, Static Sheep. It really depends on what you're trying to do. In terms of the value of Wrath of Nature, yeah, it's one of a few things that just kind of stands in its own category in the damage formula, which makes it very powerful for applying damage. But it does lock you into either severe investment into a Spore Warden tree, or using a Spore Warden armor, and you still have to take Spore Warden. And there's other classes that have similarly impactful things. Like Magic Bullets is that kind of just build-defining thing. Magic Bullets plus high thread count and 1 slot 1 kill is just a full damage formula by itself. It's crazy. And then Clawbringer's Awe skill is similarly impactful to those things. It just is extremely high consistency in crits. It's hard to quantify at best class because of that. Not 100% sure, and this doesn't look like spell damage like the gun damage. Yeah, that's what my testing had suggested, CZ. I just wanted you to confirm. Thank you. Yeah, this isn't spell damage. It's just gun, area damage, elemental. Area damage is big, because area damage can be double-dipped by Spore Fuse. So we're double-dipping our global bonuses, our area damage, and our elemental stuff, specifically poison as well. So you can get some pretty powerful Spore Fuses off of this, and because it ricochets, you can get it delivered across several enemies. So this build scales up very, very well with mob density. Like, that chain of ricochets was kind of monka. What is Spore Fuse? It's just the community name for this enchant here. Enchanted Spore Warden for 10 seconds after activating Barrage, gun, and ability damage have a 25% chance to cause an explosion, dealing 30% of the damage dealt as poison damage to nearby enemies. So what this means is it's basically Blast Gasp from Graveborn or Blast Chill from Berserker, except this is for guns and abilities. Whereas Blast Chill is melee, Blast Gasp is spell. This is the other damage sources, and it's locked to Spore Warden with Barrage. Hey Dace. Zerker and Spellshot also have great ways to keep up or have less cooldowns than actions to spells. Right. And Graveborn has extremely good healing and global damage bonuses. It's hard to quantify best class because of those things. Class design is just pretty good in this game. LeChance! Say Spellshot. Spellweaving stacks is ridiculous paradigm. Yeah, Magic Bullets and Paradigm allow Spellshot to apply formula to a lot of things, but still, it doesn't get global boosts, which is something that Graveborn and Berserker do better than Spellshot does. Additionally, since there are, multi-classes, you can just take two classes that provide things to the build concept you're doing, and use both of them. The strengths of both. So, Spellshot here is giving me a lot of formula, it's giving me the reload speed, and Spore Warden is giving me this enchant. That is a good amalgam. That is a Mage Armor amalgam. Yes.
Decisions.
Look clapped. Flying enemies. I do have a White Rider for flying enemies that I forgot I had equipped until you said that. Look at the dot they got applied there, that's crazy. Alright, who's next? This is applying good dot damage. I think it's the Spore Fuse dot taking that hard. Like the current crystal number? Nice.
I don't do warning shots.
Easy. How it builds that? This is the one I put together last night. It's, what did I call it in the title? Called it Swamp Lightning. Aaron was like, Swamp Thunder. I don't know which one I want to call it yet. It's Shrek, Zeus, Cat Girl stuff. It's a Inferior Lightning Bolt chucking build. And the damage is quite competitive. Ended up stealing your Claw spell build, felt great mobbing, lackluster bossing. I'm assuming it's gear related. I was wondering what the key pieces for the build are. Which gun are you using in bossing, Stuff Beaver? It's going to be weapon dependent in bossing, and it's going to depend on which boss you're fighting. Third build doc for Wonderlands yet? Not yet. Not yet. We want to make sure we put out long-term actionable information and not rush out resources. So things like damage formula, write-ups, and build docs are ongoing in their creation. Swamp Thor, Swamp Thunder. Maybe we call it Swamp Thunder. Spore Fuse can apply status damage? Yeah, anything that deals elemental damage is capable of leaving a dot. That's a Harbinger, but not the kind we're looking for. We want poison damage spell shot. Poison damage spell shot is the goal. We had a lot of crystals from that run, I must say. Lightning damage, Graveborn joint training. It's trying. Fire Spore Ward. Not quite. I would totally just clear the floor of what's here now. Looking for a Spore Warden build combination since Spore Warden's my first choice class. Well, this might be a setup you're interested in. We're going Spore Warden Spell Shot, and we're maximizing this little guy right here, this Fear Knot, with the Chain Lightning Bolts. We get some real good damage out of it. So we're taking a lot of reload speed, and we're using Barrage to apply Wrath of Nature debuff. We're getting Barrage charges back when you reload, which is how this gun deals damage, and we're using Barrage to trigger this enchant. So it's a fun gameplay loop of occasionally use spell for buffs, shoot bow, and then chuck, and then shoot more bow, and then chuck, and then shoot more bow, and then chuck, etc. It's a lot of fun. Have all the non-Brad amulets found in each build already? I haven't personally used Frenzy's Wrath yet, but I'm sure there are people using that for, like, Fury or nonsense. Tried several rounds. Blue Knight, Liquid Cooling, Catatumbo, Rain of Arrows, White Rider, fought Nightmare, Zomboss, and Lachance. Even Lachance gave me problems. Okay, that's gonna be other stuff in your setup giving you problems then. How are your enchants, Stuff Beaver? What are you rocking enchant-wise? It's too cluttered over here. Do I roll melee weapons for a bit? Do I roll armors? Maybe shotguns. I do want, some chuckable shotguns. Like, this would be good if that had rolled Lightning Bolt module. A times 18 with Lightning Bolt would be good. Times 18 poison with Lightning Bolt. Hook a man up. Now let's go back to this one. Fire Spore Warden. Where's Poison Spell Shot? Dark Magic Spore Warden. It rolled all damage. So, ideally we want, like, these passives, all damage shield capacity, we want that on a poison damage spell shot Harbinger. Super specific in terms of rolls, but that's how we switch to a Harbinger without losing damage. And because we have infinite barrage charges, Harbinger is just half of our ward back anytime we use one of our infinite shots. Oh, the build Swamp Thing. But copyright or something. I don't know.
Spell slots are ready. Hot out the oven.
Shield is spellcast damage dealt. Spell is action skill start gun damage. Melee is spellcast gun damage. Weapons are assorted. Liquid Cooling spellcast frost. Catatumbo spellcast lightning. Don't remember the others offhand. And which action skill are you using? Chaotic armor that sucks. With 2 Wrath of Nature, but rolled bad passives. If this had rolled 3 Wrath of Nature with good passes, that would have been like a good find. Armor that sucks is just like a fresh mult to that enemy type. It's crazy good.
Come on, have some fun.
Let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling. I did mess around with some other things after stream yesterday. I went out and acquired a few crossblades for my Clawbringer gun build. Lightning damage, fire damage crossblade for maximum awe triggering. With an 8 mag for a bit of spam. And it performs really, really well. I like it a lot. Oh, that was such a satisfying chain. Any good amulets to look out for? It's really gonna depend on your setup. There's a lot of good amulet options. Universal Soldier is great if you're weaving in melee damage at all. Like, if you're doing this playstyle of occasionally delivering Echo, Universal Soldier is good for any guns that you want to try to avoid reloading. That are not Skulldugger, I suppose I should say. You have... Harbinger is really good for survivability if you're using a build that spams action skills a lot, so Barrage or Storm Dragon Judgment setups come to mind. Joint Training is just really good crit damage and also supports your companions. So any multi-class combo that has a companion out would benefit from Joint Training. And Sacrificial Skeep is just the best defensive option. It just gives you a huge defensive safety net. Hey, fire damage Berserker Joint Training with all damage. That's pretty good.
That's enough to wilt grass.
The Skeep proc when using Deathless, it triggers when your health value changes. So, do I want Trusted Magic here? I don't think I do. Take Break It Up. So, the point it'll trigger with Deathless is actually really interesting. It'll only trigger if you go down, because that is the only time your health can change in a Deathless setup. Meaning, Skeep will always pop up to be a death save option for you when running Deathless. It will not trigger at any other point except you going down. So on a 30-second cooldown, it's just like, hey, free death save target. It's so good. Skeep with Deathless builds, incredible. Is the soldier gun damage a post-add or multiplicative? It is just gun damage that is additive with gun damage. It is not bullet damage, it is not a separate multiplier, it is just regular-ass gun damage that is additive with other gun damage. So it's not in the magic bullets category, it's in the eagle eye category. So think of Universal Soldier as... a volatile Universal Soldier is effectively 10 points in eagle eye. Would be a good way to visualize it. It's not awful. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Polymorph, don't have triple amp shield using full battery. I have armor with 1 point mage armor, but I think having trouble keeping consistent amp procs, 2 total mage armor. Okay, so I would say prioritizing reloading as much as possible is going to help your setup in that case, Stuff Beaver. If you do not have a consistent source of shock damage going out at some point. You might want to change that, whether that's equipping a shock spell with a non-shock weapon or using a Catatumbo to do it, you know, for itself. You want to keep shock damage going out, or lightning damage, I should say, so that you keep triggering Aw's crit chance. Cool. Yeah, that was a Spore Fuse on a Ricochet. Spicy. Issue is it's replacing something we only get with enchants. Elemental damage is rare and Tree's not named Claw. Well, Claw's Dragon Aura, as far as I'm aware, is a fresh multiplier. It's not even the same elemental damage, so you'd get global elemental damage from one of two sources other than that slot. Or, yeah, you get it from enchants, or certain classes have specific elemental boosts. Like Graveborn has Dark Magic, and Berserker has Frost. But you can get elemental boosts from enchants, the same way you can also get gun boosts from enchants. So it's just balancing your gun boost versus your elemental boost, same as other amulets. Cause LA damage still looks normal? Okay, does it? That's good. Simplifies that a bit. It's just global LA damage then. Might have been an early test weirdness thing. It's still a crazy good skill though. It's additive to ASA 35. It's, I guess on the surface it's a little bit disappointing, but like, it was like a day 2 test, so. Dragon Aura still goated. Double check, thank you. That's why we get multiple people on these things. It gets accurate information out. Could be why the setup feels better mobbing, because I pretty much exclusively use the Catatumbo. I'll keep playing around, see what I can come up with. Thank you for all the help. My pleasure, Stuff Beaver. Yeah, just keeping Awe active is going to be a huge part of your damage. And that's why I use Catatumbo the most on that setup, because it just does it itself. Using a Crossblade with some variety of shock as one of its elements, or lightning, could help a lot. Maybe keep an eye out for a Crossblade. Because Crossblade also has an elevated base crit chance. It's part of its gimmick. So that'll also feel nice. Basically, Crossblade plus about 3 points in Awe, you're almost always critting. Same thing should be additive? Cool. Cool. That does simplify that area a bit. Doesn't change the usage of things. It's one of those things like Awe. I suppose it applies well to Clawbringer in general. The more we find out about how Claw stuff works, it doesn't really change what we take, it just changes how we build around them. Like, Dragon Aura, still goated. Elemental damage is a great increase. Awe, you still take it as before. People were already taking Awe before we, dug out it being post-ad crit. But knowing how impactful it is changes the other things you do in your build. I correct understanding spell shot gun damage different multiplier? Yes, Swag. Yes. Magic bullets here is bullet damage rather than gun damage. It is a separate multiplier. And only spell shot has access to this. Before a recent hotfix, other classes used to have various ways to get it, like Clawbringer's 8% on Firebolt was bullet damage, for example. But now only magic bullets is separate, so. I don't feel like that's intentional. It's directly intentional because they changed everything except for magic bullets. They went in with a hotfix and changed like a dozen things to have their damage scaling not be gun damage anymore, or not be bullet damage anymore, to gun damage. They did it completely intentionally. It's a weird decision, but it was intentional. Looking for a 2-mag crossblade with lightning for that setup, no luck so far. You can settle for an 8-mag. I like an 8-mag more on my other builds, and honestly the damage difference isn't too big versus a 2-mag. Even on a reload spam build, you could just run an 8-mag. Don't understand why though. Wouldn't spell shot be fine without bullet damage modifier anyway? It would be. But for whatever reason, they want spell shot to have bullet damage. They did not want Clawbringer to have 8% bullet damage, but they do want spell shot to have, you know, this amount of bullet damage. Don't get it, but it's a thing they did. That's a fun enchant. But a rampage pickaxe with it? No thank you. Arsene Clawzora is so good because elemental damage is a good buff. It is tier 2 of the tree. The first 2 tiers of Clawbringer skill tree are extremely good. Oath of Fire is a strong bonus element for gunplay. And Dragon Aura is just a big boost to any build. It's only tier 3 where Claw starts getting a little weird. But then it goes back to being good at tier 5. Yeah, Chaotic Mace Warden with health part is 5.4k. Pretty good capacity. You get a turtle part on that? That'd be big capacity. Should get lucky dice before or after C20. Depends on how much you care about dedicated farming. For reference, I'm getting some pretty good drops on this character, and the number of dice I have 68 dice. One short of nice. I have 68 dice on this character, plus Luck Shrine. That's it. And I'm still getting a decent quantity of legendaries. Dice don't matter nearly as much as people think they do. Hit mechanics arbitrarily doesn't work with Barrage. Well, they restructured almost everything so that it would work with Barrage. They just left magic bullets alone for, I guess, formula reasons. Magic bullets isn't called gun damage. No, the card does say gun damage. It does say gun damage in Fairness Viper. Like, explicitly gun damage. So, the confusion is a valid point. It is a case of awkward wording. Wait, spell shot's magic bullets separate modifier from gun damage? Yes, Galgron. Yes, it is. It's the their gun damage, like a single apostrophe and an S would make it better. Probably, yeah. Doesn't mean spell shots near 90% gun damage, as we know all spell shots build with 200% spell damage after stack. It's multiplicative, that's insane. Yeah, spell shot's got a cracked formula. It's got a very cracked formula. Now, we happen to be using it mostly in this build for the reload speed, but getting all that extra gun damage certainly is helpful. I could have gone Berserker for reload speed instead. Plus the Frost bonus element, but I decided to go with Spell Shot for that.
What shall I meet death out with next?
It is confusing. It was actually worse before since it wasn't the only gun damage. It wasn't gun damage. Right. They reduced the number of confusing cases down to 1 with just magic bullets, whereas before it was like 40-60 split between, okay, these are bullet damage, these are gun damage. Like, this gun damage on armor was different than this gun damage on rings. They were different. And now they're not. So it was still a good change, consolidating. Even if it did leave some awkwardness. Hey English, how you doing? Heard chance of the exact same kind don't stack. Do you know if you can have 2 gun damage rings stack? I've not tested the ring thing. You're correct about the enchants. Escape capsule. I've not tested the ring thing. Being revived by ally, apparently. Okay, my mushroom just revived me while I was already up. I have questions. Like, that wasn't a visual bug. It actually just revived me while I was standing up. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened there. That's fine. I literally don't know what happened. He's trying his best. He did try his best. He's doing something. There we go. Your main source of damage can be derived from 2 ring sources. It's best to have both, but the difference will be minor. 2 rings seem very easy to test. Yeah, I just don't have good testing rings on me at the moment. But I like doing a spell damage, gun damage split, because magic bullets. And spell damage will also affect my spell. Where's the other quartz spawn? I didn't get the spawn up there. Is it in here? Really, it's on the far side? I guess that's to give you a reason to come over to, like, this corner of the map. I never come over here. Magic booty. LaChance again. Luck. Oops. Just get that peg leg, get my enchant. I got greedy applying peg leg. I didn't really need to, but it's still fun. So I want to try this out with dagger storms as well. With the I have a paradigm that's good for this. Where is it? Is it that one? I think it might have been that one. Oh no, this paradigm. Melee and ability increased by 50% a spell, and it rolls a high thread count and prestidigitation with all damage. So what the advantage of this would be is ability damage would scale up my barrage, it would scale up my spore fuse, and melee damage would scale up my dagger storm. So if I was gonna like chuck gluttonies, for example, I would equip that. How strong of an advocate for human cloning are you given the upcoming DLC and recent Godfall update? I'm doing research. Get me feeling Spell Shot's just the best secondary class for all other classes, because it's like, hey, here's at least 100% multiplicative damage to your choice. It's not the only class that does that, though, Galgron. Different classes go about that in different ways. For example, Spore Warden's Wrath of Nature is a fresh multiplier. Same energy. Clawbringer's Awe skill gives the highest consistency of crits. Graveborn gives you very good healing and very good access to global damage mults, along with Blast Gasp. Berserker just has a good formula all the way through, with its own fresh multipliers in Icebreaker and the Old Ways. So, Spellshot's not the only one that can provide massive multipliers, it's just, Spellshot does it for guns. Very easily, and for guns specifically. In a build where you're not really focusing on guns, well, other options become more attractive.
Oh, you are vile!
I forgot to get my spell enchant up for that. That was my bad. Whoop. Stop moving. I'm killing you.
Chill in the air!
Yeah, I definitely want to min-max enchants a little bit better. I have spellcast gun damage there. I could have action skill start gun damage for just 10% more with no loss at all. I could also just have like a poison damage increase. That would help Spore Fuse more. But I think that peg leg is bricked. I'll have to check. That's not secondary once you go down to Wrath, you're mating. You can get it from armor as well, Galgron. You can get Wrath of Nature from armor. Same with Awe. Dagger Storm scales off melee. Yes, it's still damage source gun damage, but it also gets melee. Do secret bosses even drop anything, or are they simply for flexing your power? They do. You get the drops from the Maker after you defeat the boss. So that room where I just got the crystals before I got teleported in here, she can also drop you one of the rune wards. Those are the dedicated drops of the raid bosses. They also give crystals, and remember, crystals are themselves drops. Because you take the crystals and you bring them to the bunnies and you get loot. So you do get loot from the raid bosses. It's either a dedicated drop, or simply just the crystals to choose what you get. Yeah, I think you mean high thread count. Not actually looking for how to do this, but do you know if it's possible to make Feral Surge do good endgame bossing damage? Yeah, it's likely going to involve using a paradigm to convert another damage type into ability damage, and then stacking adds on top of the boss so you can spam Feral Surge. But yeah, I'm confident it's possible. If a secret boss does dedicated drop and co-op, everyone gets an exact copy. Ooh, that's cool. That helps with target farming body runes a lot, actually. Alright, really, Bunny? You're doing this? Luckily, I have a shit ton of crystals. But, like, rude. We might hit the melee bunny as well. Try and get some more peg legs. Peg leg with echo is what I want. Yeah, let's go until we get another legendary from here, and then we'll switch to the melee bunny. Spark is frozen orb instead of a ward. Huh, the more you know. Still gotta figure out how to build for decent damage since I haven't found a lot of non-Buffmeister ones. I haven't been looking very hard, have you then?
Ready to cast.
But that's why I am a proud despiser of the CRUTCHMEISTER. Because it creates this perception where people think there's things that don't work. That people think there's not things that work, rather. Like, just don't equip the Buffmeister and then try stuff. It's so simple. It's so simple. Also taking the day off, will resume. Just got off work streak tomorrow. Let's go, John. Let's go. Oh yeah, here's the Rain of Arrows. I was referencing this earlier. Wait, is that in my bank? Yeah, it is. Are you gonna show the right item? You're not. But look at this shit, chat. 1202 rather, times 6. All my homies hate Buffmeister. You tell them, Extra. Talk to them. 1206 times 2 on Rain of Arrows. Craziness. High thread count, no, it's not the same investment. You can cap any other class and still get high thread count plus class. For Wrath requires specific armor or capping spore. It doesn't require capping spore, Galgrunt, is the thing. Because this is the spore cap, this is Wrath of Nature. You can still get tier 5 in each of your classes. And depending on classes, capstones, and classes and choice of action skill, capstones are less worthwhile. For example, if you're using spells with low cooldown, you don't need Spell Shot Capstone. If you are not using any kill skills of significant value, you don't need Graveborn Capstone. If you're not using... I mean, you don't really ever need Claw Capstone. I just like it, personally. Stabbo Capstone is extremely situational in its use cases. Berserker Capstone is really good and hard to pass up. I will concede on that one. Losing Berserker Capstone to grab Wrath is awkward. But it's absolutely worthwhile to grab Wrath of Nature instead of a Capstone. But even so, you don't have to. You can use armor to get it the same way you can do that with High Thread Count. High Thread Count just happens to be one tier below. And the way High Thread Count gives you more is you get an extra 3 Spellweaving stacks. Each Spellweaving stack is 10% spell damage. Now, each boost to Spell Shot power you have will increase the Spellweaving stack. So I have 30% Spell Shot power, which means each of my Spellweaving stacks is 13%. We'll be round about it. 13% per stack. So 13% per stack. I have 2 High Thread Count, so 11 stacks. Whatever that value works out to. But that is my total. I could shave off 1 High Thread Count, which loses me 3 stacks. It only loses me 39% spell damage. So, High Thread Count is 39% spell damage. On this setup, at least. That is not more valuable than Wrath of Nature. Yo, Palka, thank you so much for the Prime and the 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Want to like the legendary Torg message more than I do. I've been getting better results with purple rarity, Ludites, peons, and loiter sacks. Coscombs, not so much. I want to try out the message. I think I might have one on me, maybe? It might be in my bank. I want to try out the message with Spore Fuse because it's splash, it's got a high base value, and it's poison, meaning you could, in theory, do some Moze-style stuff of just double dipping really hard into Spore Fuse. Message of Blast Off might be like a one-shotting gun. Like, you get some amp sources and you do shenanigans with that. That might be how you maximize that gun. Anyway, more runs.
You go on ahead. Molly Storm. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
Maybe Message seems more mean than useful. The fish bounces randomly. Yeah, it's one of those things you're gonna have to, like, barrel stuff an enemy or shoot a very big target, right? It's impractical. It's more meme than function, but you can make memes do damage. These games kind of thrive on that sometimes. Nice ricochet off the wall. Let's go. Yellow right off the bat? Sure. I haven't done a Maker run with this build. If we get a Maker, I'll do it. Because we got an ammo thing right there. I'll come back for that. Skull here? Yeah, it's this one. This is a super hidden skull, by the way, if you guys didn't know about this location. Next to the waterfall, it's the one that goes there. Now if it did melee damage, it really have use. It's still got a high base. A volatile blast off is like, what, 1500 damage? That's not bad. And like I said, it's poison and it's splash, which means you can double dip both of those into a Spore Fuse. I honestly think it does have potential. When we rebalance the Daddy drops, who will drop the Banshee other than Banshee, because we know what happened to Messy Breakup. It'll come from Son of a Witch, which will imply that they had a physical relationship. And I want to write Wonderlands fanfiction. You can quote me on that.
Oi! Thanks for that.
Because didn't the Dragon Lord mention something about having a relationship with Banshee? Or am I imagining that?
Another notch and not a coin to show for it.
He did? Cool.
Give it all for a little more. Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
Mods. She dropped for some other Screaming Void or something. Probably Drill. That's probably why they all have that purple goop thing in common. She caught goop from Dragon Lord and then gave it to Drill. Like some purple goop from Banshee, you need to be stopped, sir. You are down horrendous. Goop is now an STI? Yes, that's what I'm getting from this as well. Imagine some dude world drops Fatebreaker before they finish the game. Dies from lean. Oh no. Field drills what Grave Ward should have been. When they made Grave Ward, they weren't smart enough to split the fight into 3 actual full HP bars. Thing about that, Galgron, is they did split Grave Ward into 3 HP bars. It's just not visually represented very well. So, there's 2 bosses in Borderlands 3 that have health gate mechanics. And that is Gigamind and Grave Ward. Gigamind and Grave Ward have mechanics in place that they physically cannot be one-shot by 1 instance of damage. You could deal 50 quadrillion damage in 1 hit, and it does not one-shot those bosses, because they have health gates in place that you can never do more than 1/3 with 1 instance of damage. You need bonus elements or extra projectiles to actually one-shot them. So, technically, Gigamind and Grave Ward do have 3 health bars. It's just very weird in terms of, on the surface, you would never guess that. What is this gun? I am using a Fear Not. A non-unique Furior chain lightning module. It doesn't even have the right crossbolts. Like, I would want the non-melee crossbolts, but I just didn't get lucky. But Spore Fusion Chance, Poison, Volatile, Fear Not. Lost family member to Void Goop. It's not funny. Now I just try to raise awareness. Yeah. Yeah, it's a serious issue. Comes in 55-gallon drums or snack pack size. Can I buy goop generated by content creators in vials? Purple goop, of course. The kind that kills you in a video game. To clarify. Shiver with disgust. I aim to please, Puppy. I aim to please. Magazine capacity still boosts chuck damage, right? Yes. The reason why I did not go for mag size and Spore Ward and Tree for this setup is because I simply do not have the SDUs yet to feel comfortable losing that much more ammo per chuck. Eventually, I will probably shift some points over from one of these into more mag size for more chuck damage, just not yet. Damn, that character is hot. Hey, Moggs, how you doing? I figured you'd have an appreciation for Catgirl Shrek as well. Just, Gotta save fire, friend. It's Catgirl Shrek? Yes, sir. Catgirl Shrek.
Is it? Won't be enough.
Ow, I downed myself. Shadowfire is such a disappointment. Cool as Sphere, reload tied with portable hold, dope name, abysmal damage is not alternate elements. Thought it was gonna be a Thunderfire homage. I wouldn't say it's abysmal damage. A cool thing about the Shadowfire Chuck is, well, one, Shadowfire, it rolls in either fire or dark magic, so it's kind of cool in that way. But the Chuck does damage in a pillar, so you can hit flying enemies by throwing a Shadowfire at the ground. That's kind of a cool utility. I do have one on me. And I'd say it does more Chuck damage than most SMGs. Most SMGs are kind of lacking in the Chuck department. Like, pistols are definitely the lightning bolt delivery one. I still need to get an appropriate shotgun and see how that compares.
Like, wait before the side! What will fill my enemies' hearts with the most
1 second left, by the way. Ugh.
simple geometry?
Pan Nightbot. Better and wetter. What are you degens doing in my chat? What did you do? Love picking up fire modes. It is kind of awful, isn't it, Rain? Oh wow, this gun is not good for that. Let me... It just misses, holy shit. Yeah, that was not a good choice of tool for that. Yo, can Evil Eye Crabs just not? Heard. Also, my aim is, like, worse than usual today. Just aim better? I can't. I'm physically incapable. It is a medical condition. I can forgive the Shadowfire if it could roll with Lightning Bolt throw. Just have some consistency. Yeah, Lightning Bolt module with Shadowfire would be cool. I would like that.
Let's make this interesting! This will be over before you can report. Only sharper!
Where'd you even go, Freezicles? There you are. War. Bye. Freezicles is, unfortunately for him, armored. Get fucked. Fragment Rain? I haven't seen a Fragment Rain with Lightning Bolt delivery. Anyone see that? I've seen Hydras, I've seen Bounce and Impact.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya? At
Mormon, what's it do? Ah, Fragment Rain ricochets. When you shoot an enemy, it ricochets to nearby enemies. And the Fragment Rain ricochets, they do not respect terrain. They go through walls. So you can just kind of shoot one enemy and the entire map will die around them. It doesn't do great single target damage, but the ricochets. It is also capable of spawning with the Hydra module if you want a legendary Hydra gun. He's one of these Furios while leveling the campaign, carry me so far. Yeah, they're really good. Gun game? Gun game. Well, I'll basically ignore the Smart Armor's penalty. So Smart Armor's penalty is factored into your base calculation, I believe. So Awe just kind of doesn't really care or notice. Smart Armor, you can notice the loss in crit, but with enough points in Awe, yeah, it just doesn't matter. If you happen to get like 6 out of 3 Awe, then like, you don't care about that. Though ultimately, Smart Armor's crit damage is not special crit damage in any way, it's just like 50%, which it's only notable because you can't get that on armors otherwise. It's crit damage is a ring thing, a strength thing. So yeah, Smart Armor's like okay, but honestly, I think as we get more geared, and as Chaos Caps go up, Smart Armor will get less and less valuable. Because you could just get an Amalgam, or a Paradigm, and just have more damage. Could you shoot the Dragon Lord statue with Fragment Rain and kill the entire map? Yeah, you could also do that with a barrel. It's a bit silly. It's all 3 bosses? I think so. I think so. Did I hit yellow this run, chat? I don't remember doing yellow, but I might have. I have no short-term memory, so I don't recall doing yellow. I know I definitely did blue and green, though. Ow. Thank you, Mushroom. Think I yelled in the first room? Cool, thank you. That sounds like something I was there for. Ow. See, mushrooms revive me while I'm up again. I suppose that's... Wait, hang on. That lowered my health. That's bullshit. Wait. That's so frustrating. Also, OBS/Twitch/everyone, give me my fucking frames back. Stop dropping. Hello? I swear I'm being throttled by my ISP. It's awful. Like, constant drop for, like, the last minute. So, if the Mushroom Companion revives you while you're already up, then you lose health. I mean, it gets companion damage, but it just kind of takes your health for companion damage. Wild. You should throttle your ISP back. Tempting. Oh, this is frustrating. I try not to get tilted about the frame drops, because some days I'll have 0, other days I'll have 12,000 drop frames in a stream. My ISP's fucking dog shit, my PC's old. And just, it's... They flip a coin on which one wants to fuck me per day. Very annoying. Turns out the mushroom does like blood. Who knew? Who knew? Nightmare again. We bullied Nightmare very hard last time. We don't have too much boosting our damage out of the ordinary. Yeah, but Stallion just gave us Windrunner, so we're good. Wouldn't be surprised if it's coded set your health to death save health with mushroom heals you. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, Robot. It is giving me a death save, so my health just goes down to what I would have from that. Tried using the manual transmission? No, the gun kind of sucks. It's a fun gun, but it's not a good one. And additionally, to trigger Spore Fuse, you have to stop shooting and do barrage. And with the manual transmission, you don't want to stop shooting. Ow, Nightmare. Hello? Excuse me, Wellwraith. Fuck off. Nightmare just being way more rude than it was in the last one. How old is CPU? 5 years. Why am I dying? Hello? Thank you, Mushroom. Was the last Nightmare run health bug? This one seems so much harder. No, last run I did have some extra points into, from Butt Stallion into Affinity and Magic Bullets, so that added up to a lot of formula. And we can achieve similar stuff to that with, switching this from Spore Warden power to Spell Shot power would give us a similar effect. Because that'd be more, spell damage from Spell Weaving going into Magic Bullets. Yeah. So we still have gear stuff to get. Ouchie's penultimate story boss, why did you attack me? Listen, Robot. Yes. Did it affect your Savior Soul timer when you actually go down? That's a good question. Never seen a pet die so much till Mushroom arrived. Yeah, it just kind of throws itself into the most dangerous situations. So we'll probably tactically die to green if he doesn't kill us organically, which he might. Because we're going to want an ammo refill before Maker. So I'll probably be using lives for ammo refills.
One of these lands in an idiot.
forget about styling change things a bit. Yeah. Bad. Yeah, I think maybe I want a cryo fear knot or a frost one. I think I have one actually on one of my other saves, a volatile frost fear knot with like this part. I think I want that for that phase of loop.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad.
I'd have to roll Spore Fuse onto it, but
It's just, man, it's really just embarrassing how much you're gonna die when you think about it.
Calling up, unleash hell!
Man, I hate rock. Tastes like green butt wipes, you know what I mean?
with this build, should you go for multi-element fears or synergy with it being poison? So poison allows my my Spore Fuse enchant to double dip an extra damage bonus, which is situationally better. Oh, that was totally accidental, but yeah, thank you, Glute, for hitting yourself, I guess. Cool.
Shall I meet death out with next?
Poison is the best formula for what we have, but there's going to be situations where element matching is more ideal. I just happen to only have a poison one, so.
Run 'em through! Simple geometry! Forgotten before they hit the ground. Focus on that one!
Ow. Oh. Huh. Well, I guess first tactical death is now. Oh, mushrooms here. Very nice.
That's the way! One blossom. I'll take that!
Oh no, I don't have enough time. I only have energy drinks and dynamite.
Who wants to make that mistake again?
Oops. That's fine. We get ammo back from that. Guess we beat yellow for the first time last night. Let's go, Stomp. Let's fucking go. Congrats. Mushroom's like, that's rough, buddy. I also go down a lot. Yeah, Harbinger would help here over Skeep for sure, because then we could just get 50% ward back every time we use our bow. Do I wait this out? Is the sandstorm timed? Let's wait for a minute. Thank me for testing. Yes. Good to know.
I'm pointing! Get stuck!
Okay. On to Bark. I guess I'll use the White Rider to enrage Bark and then start chucking. Oh, my mushroom's dead in the other arena. Lovely.
Yes, you!
It's bark. It's worse than it's bark.
Oh no, White Rider doesn't do that. It's okay, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I haven't actually used this one against Bark yet. I'm lightly panicking. Just like mostly panic. Like 80% panic. So I need a gun to deal with Bark's weak spots. I did not prepare for that. It's okay, we get more ammo this time. How do you enrage? What's the benefit? You shoot the weak spots that expose when Bark attacks. So if it does a right-hand swipe, it's in its right palm. If it does a left side attack, it'll be on the tip of its tail. If it does a front flip, it'll be like on its face, I guess. Is its face? But you can do that to do a large chunk of damage to the boss. Doing it 3 times enrages it and turns off that mechanic for a bit. Each of the attacks has a way you avoid it. The front flip, you strafe right. The right-hand swipe, you duck. The left-hand swipe, you jump. See, you jump that one. You duck that one. Oh, that was a duck.
Let's make this interesting!
Yes, on that one you specifically strafe right. You need more movement speed to dodge it to the left. I don't know why, but it's easier to dodge that one by strafing right. Or planning.
I'm bloody back!
Ooh, I might lose all my lives to Bark. I did not plan for this fight. I have not done Bark on this build before. I didn't think the difficulty hitting the weak spots would be such a big thing. Do I have a liquid cooling? I might just use a liquid cooling. I'll also go forward on the jump slam. I think I saw Lazy do that a couple times. Ooh, hug it. Dark Souls style. That makes sense. See companions, that same problem BO3 had. You don't notice when they're dying. It doesn't tell you very effectively. Okay, we'll do this. Last life. I do want to get to the Maker. Oh, no, that's not happening.
Don't think I don't smell you now. Avast! Always wanted to say that. Like rain, only sharper. Our spell slots. Magic's back on the menu. Simple geometry.
Good job, Mushroom, tanking all this shit. Hello? That was an admirable stretch.
Not this time.
Oh, what even... Oh, it's the damage aura got me. No! Mushroom! I need you! Bark has a damage aura. If you get too close, it just, like, regardless of if it even attacks you, you just take damage.
Dodge this.
No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, Mushroom Companion. No, don't take my health. I need that. I need that. Man, I'm sucking at Bark today. This is one of those fights that if you don't get it down, it's just a slog like this.
Let's fly.
Oh, you're in the shit. Ah, well that's fucking unfortunate. I'm out of pistol ammo already. Shit. Back to Livewire. Do I have something fast hitting? How fast are the Shadowfire's projectiles? We're sciencing here. Not fast at all. Try it anyway. Nope, that's not the play. That is not the play. I need something that hits quickly. I suppose I shoot this.
Get stuck.
Yeah, Dagger Storm is okay damage. Oh no. No! Oh, my mushroom's alive. My mushroom's alive. Okay, mushroom's alive. We're good.
It begins.
That was a duck! Where even are you, Bark?
Spells are up.
Alright, it's fine. Calculated. You're coming out of the smoke is scary? Yeah. I don't have ammo, though. This is a bad position to be in. I guess I'm gonna Livewire for a while. I could White Rider. Alright, I have a Body Rocker, and I have White Rider. Mushroom's a true MVP, true Wolf Booty, true. Hardfought battle, yeah. Me not coming in prepared for Bark's mechanics.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
It's White Rider's damage. I need one of my better ones. How does that miss? At least my spells hit harder on the bunnies.
Energy's empty. Fallen frag.
Nope. Bad angle. I wonder, can I Wrath of Nature to make the bunnies hit her harder? I haven't tried that.
Now that's the good stuff.
Yes! Yes, I can! Okay, yeah, that's funny. Make sure you get your debuffs on her. You rolled a 20? very tense right now because I'm not good at sense of direction, so I often have no idea how close to the edge I am. Oh, there's my shotgun ammo. Okay. SMG it is. Oh, shit. Okay. You're skipping mushroom. 20? I pooed a little. Yeah, I pooed a little. The clutchest of all mantles. Tina, you're so fucking rude right now.
Helpful. Get stuck.
What are you doing? I don't like that. That was a collection of things I did not enjoy. 320s already? Yeah, I'm just having some terrible luck here.
You are vile.
Super dead you are. Regular spell. Oh, more power spell.
Can I barrage her for more damage? Yes, I can, and you have a barrage again. You said that in between me doing that twice, so like,
Done this. Oi! Thanks for that.
No! Damn it. Cliff. We have to deal with the enrage end phase in this fight. It's not bad. It's just a damage check. Unfortunately, I lost my lives to Bark there. I always get a 1 when she's near the end. I don't get 1s very frequently. Hey, Stoneman, how you doing? Got here for the boop? You did, Failson. You got here for the boop. We'll try another Maker run. Let me just, let me run to the bathroom real quick. I've been kind of doing the PP dance that whole fight. We're gonna go for Maker again, though. Okay, I'm back. Know the one-shot potential of each class yet? Somewhat. But basically what Daze said. There's a few good places to start. Blast Gas, Blast Chill, and Spore Fuse are very powerful one-shotting options. Among other things. But we are only 3 weeks in. So, for Bark, I need a traditional projectile-style weapon to pop the weak spots. And then I chuck when the weak spots are not an option. Also, I just need to be better about dodging. That part is just a skill issue. But having a projectile-type weapon that doesn't consume a ridiculous amount of ammo, and that preferably isn't a pistol. I got my bang. Okay, here's the blast off I was talking about. 1559 on a volatile blast off. Could be some good Spore Fuse stuff. I mean, this is good, but shotgun ammo. I already have stuff consuming shotgun ammo. Is there an SMG, like a hit scan, or, you know, approximation of a hit scan SMG? Oh, here's the body spray I was mentioning. It's an axe. That's funny. Get an axe body spray. Mistrial? Yeah, maybe the Mistrial. Maybe Mistrial. That would be a choice. Honestly, I could do it with any gun. I could just buy a random AR from a vendor and use that. Or an SMG.
Need some steel, do ya?
Like, this would probably work. I could use a sniper rifle. I was gonna grab an Envy. I have one somewhere. That would do it, but...
It's yours, you wee troublemaker.
we found it. We'll use this. Why does that king look so good? It looks clean, right? We'll use that. Heckwaiter? Heckwaiter would work, yeah. Okay, rings-wise... This could be working harder for us, honestly. We could go a Wyvern's Ring. We lose some gun damage and we lose the doubling versus bosses, but we get that fire damage. We lose some ability crit chance, though. Hi, Kevin. Less gun damage from this, but ability crit damage? Why am I not using this? Trade spell crit damage for ability crit damage? That seems like the play here. Yeah, why was I not wearing that? It's having decent luck with the imp for that. It also wasn't on cast 20 either, so it may not be as effective. It doesn't need to do a lot of damage, Rager. It just needs to hit. It's super easy to pop Bark's projectiles with, like, any gun. The problem is the gun needs to reach it. And, like, Livewire can do it. White Rider can't because it doesn't lock onto it, for example. Shadowfire is slow. Liquid Cooling's really good at it because it's a ballistic weapon. But I'm consuming pistol ammo elsewhere. So we're going to use this Kinglet. We're going to use this Kinglet. Now let me check on... Is this peg leg bricked? No, it's not bricked. Backing up my save for no particular reason. Okay, well, we got the exact enchant we wanted there. Instantly. Cool. Cool.
Think you can make it?
Now we can do featured, because this featured does have the maker. Single projectile that pops it? Yes. Any Dahlia Lego ARs? Not obtainable ones.
How's that for an active reload?
Well, that's going up. Oh yeah, the quartz don't spawn if you, are not doing, like, a fresh run. Like, if you fail a run or stop a run at all in the middle, you don't get the quartz. Where's the skull spawn? Here? Ah, there it is. Back up your save while the game's running? Yes. Yes, you can. Chasing each other in circles. I win, Iron Shroomlet. I went.
Let's make this interesting.
I'm backing up a save, just going into my save folder and making a copy. That's all.
Had some fun, did you? Here, I've got a little investment up.
Gotta save quit, because tutorial bug. And quit to test stop every time. You only have to do that for profile save stuff, Tender Madness. Profile save is, finicky about letting you have access. Tutorial crystals in Wonderlands. Yes.
Enter if you dare.
Yep. It is the same thing, and that enrages me.
You won't be needing that. Bet you wish you turned away.
Escape, get over here.
Assist, little one.
No, stop doing that, Mushroom Companion. Holy fuck. Like, it just... It's like, oh, I'm helping. Takes 80% of my health. Wait, no, stop. Why? That's so annoying. For anyone who missed it, the Mushroom Companion can and will attempt to revive you, even if you've already gotten up. In which case, you will get a death save while already being up, and it will set your HP to 20% of your max, which is below health gauge. So Mushroom Companion can be like, yeah, get one shot by the next attack, please.
Fallen fresh.
How's your day today? It's going great, Benny. How's yours? He's so cute, though. He's trying his best. He really just wants to help. Like, I can't get mad. I can get mad, but I can't stay mad, you know?
Hope one of these lands in an idiot. Frost dagger. What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you?
Why are you down? Morning, Silent. How you doing? Wish you could name Mushroom Companion. His dirt would be endearing if his name had mushroom puns in it. Yeah. Do good chilling, doing stuff around the house. Glad to hear it. Yeah, we definitely have the damage. Just we need ammo going into that maker fight. That's a big thing. We need ammo. Like, we didn't have enough ammo to do this to Bark. You an ammo one? Oh, you're an extra life. I'll buy that. Can you second wind off of Frozen Vengeance projectiles? I think you might be able to. Take that. Strategic death for ammo incoming. It's gonna happen.
Just a flesh wound.
Go. Hey Danny Death, how are you? Rune, good to see you. Amalgam with area damage, melee damage, ability damage, gun crit, ability crit chance. Area and ability, Graveborn, it says Blast Gasp, but ability crit's wasted there. I suppose the ability crit helps the Dark Hydras that are there. I guess I'll take that. It's chaotic. Good stats if nothing else. Just hoping for ammo from this, but nope. Good, how are you? Doing great. Enjoying this new build.
Thanks for that. Simple geometry.
Another life. Yes. Just elemental damage over there. Don't need that. And what great pistol is that? This is a Fear Not. This is a Fear Not. It's a crossbow barrel, the wrong crossbow barrel, but a crossbow barrel, and a chain lightning module. There's a lot of damage. Oh yeah, we had some even crazier damage earlier, Rune. Shit's crazy. It's gonna guess a whatnot. Pincushion work with this or using crossbow barrel? Yeah. I like Peg Leg for the movement speed and reload speed, personally. But there's a few weapons that have use cases here. Frying Pan for just general tankiness, for having it on. Spellblade for, you know, we have a lot of spell damage, may as well put that into our melee. Twin Soul if you want to get Vampire, for example, with Echo. Chain Cushion could help your Echo swing a little bit, I suppose. The hell got me there? Yeah, those are gonna be useful. Where's the ammo upgrade? Best rolls for Buffmeister? I'm not assisting with that. When it rolls right off a cliff? Yeah. Rolling it into the vendor. Equipping it, boom, best rolls acquired. Not incorrect. Well, all the spell options we have, Ice Spike Snapping just so fun. Yeah, it's very instant damage delivery. Something about that hits different.
You tell them I'm coming. Breathe it in. Thanks for the reload, idiot. Right. I never get tired of that. That's more like it.
Love the term CRUTCHMEISTER. Morning, hope your day goes well. It goes great, Mr. Mevo. How are you today? Yeah, I figured I'd make my distaste for an item that's single-handedly strangling the game with threats of buffs on the side. I figured I'd make my distaste for that known, because there's so many people who are like, hey, buff this, buff that, buff this other thing. It's like, no, it doesn't need it. Constantly buffing things is how we lose any semblance of balance or difficulty in this game. Especially things that don't need to be buffed. You know, people claiming things need buffs are also using a Buffmeister on everything, so maybe you just don't have an accurate idea of how anything works. Which is a shame, because there's some legitimately impressive interactions being showcased and used by lots of people, but like, slap a Buffmeister on it and I immediately don't give a shit. It's wild. We saw exactly what something like this can do with the B shield in Borderlands 2, warping how the game was balanced for the rest of its life around it, and leading to fewer options being viable later in the game's life. Because of the bee. Explicitly because of the bee. Buffmeister is a nightmarishly more pervasive version of the bee. That just does other shit. It's exhausting. I have to use other gear with my Buffmeister. It's too weak. So, we call it CRUTCHMEISTER. Instrument practice while I watch here. Yeah, everything seems centered around broken items or skills. The crazy thing is, there's some items that are more impactful than entire skill trees. Like, Warped Paradigm does more than a skill tree. CRUTCHMEISTER does more than a skill tree. Different take on it. It would take some exposition to explain. Comfortable with it in the game, but I have no plans to use one. See, the thing with that, McG, is you having self-control to not use the item does not apply to game balancing logic on a macro level. On a micro level, sure. On a macro level, absolutely not. Because things of a certain nature, pervasive effects like that, warp the balance of present and future things around them. Example, Borderlands 3, true melee sucks shit and will continue to suck shit because melee things are just better. You cannot apply, for example, a global buff to melee damage without it affecting the fish slap and the stinger. So, punching sucks because those items are there. So, whether you use an item or not is ultimately irrelevant to its footprint on balance. One cycle gloop is good. Yeah, acid roll turn BO3 is leaps and bound better for most builds in BO3 unless you're speedrunning old god. That's not even remotely true. There's many setups that did not give a flying fuck about Revolter. Also, Revolter did not provide anything that other things couldn't. It is completely incomparable to a Buffmeister. Oh, that was a duck.
Dusting the crops again?
Okay. Live wire, deal with these.
Focus on that one! Get stuck!
Oh, I missed. Skill issue. Actual skill issue.
Bring that one down! I'll take that! Oh!
Deserved. Deserved death. I guess I'm running through this now. Maybe I'm not.
That's the way, you little rock blossom!
Mark is so frustrating
Like
sometimes.
rain, only sharper! The cold of the grave! Enemy in my sights! Marked for death!
Nope, I missed the telegraph.
Take
missed again. I'm bad.
No one gets rid of me that easy. A bow! That's
Slow and steady.
enough to Wilt Ross. If one of these lands in an idiot.
Good job mushroom taking all that shit from me, though.
Always wanted to say that.
Oh no, I don't have energy drink.
Okay, there we go. Much cleaner. Engine conversation would be involved. I'll leave it at current mechanic may be intentional for, let's say, not your average game. Think those that need adaptive controller to play in a game, for instance. I get what you're getting at. And I contest that with this menu right here. This right here. Relax, you're here to chill with the little imaginary people that live in your screen and save the whole dang world while you're at it. Players deal more, enemies deal less. Using the correct elemental damage for an enemy matters less. So you have that as an elective difficulty option for accessibility purposes. You also have chaos levels. You select anywhere from chaos 0 to chaos 20. There's enough accessibility. You don't need an item that is usable on the non-accessible levels. Don't need it.
What they say, here is the little deck. What?
I do not consider Buffmeister to be an accessibility item. And I say this as a proponent of accessibility. I think every game should have an easy mode. This game already has 2 layers of that.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. Easy, Mark! Move your head!
Oh, wrong gun. Wrong gun. Do I take the death here for ammo refill? I might. I might take this. And the mushrooms got me, but... I'll try not to die. Try to mend nice spell. Glad you like it. If you only have one hand, relax, it's not enough. That's true. There's a valid point.
Particular!
It's like great robot.
Simple geometry!
But then you also have playing on Chaos 0. So, like... Buffmeister is not an accessibility option. It's a mindless big number option. Different things. It is fundamentally unhealthy for the game. Now, if the item turned itself off on intense difficulty Chaos 20, sure. But it doesn't. Noise dilator, true. Is best version of the ice spike in your opinion? I like simple cast impaling. It's my preference.
I see what's that. You want to take home? You asked for it.
No ammo. Alright, well I don't need this kinglet anymore. I'm gonna keep this favorited though. This is a hell of a gun to keep around. Good meme. I could honestly Queen's Cry for this. I think using the Queen's Cry over the Fear Not here wins. Clip the White Rider.
That's interesting. Hi.
I think the entire concept is just general power and current state is a way which you accept the item, remove functionalities from the item. One single item should not be doing the laundry list of things it does at the values it does. Buffmeister does more than a skill tree. Buffmeister does more than 2 skill trees. It doesn't need to, and it is causing a situation where players don't experiment, and players call for buffs for things that don't need to be buffed. And that is a rabbit hole that once you start sliding down, it affects game health down the line. And I want this game to last. I want this game to be everything it can be. Buffmeister is directly in the way. Google Adaptive Controllers like user mouth feed, it's not as easy to do, it's 2 fully working hands. There's a quadriplegic owning Codrin's mouth. Yeah, there's people who are disabled who are far better gamers than I could ever be, and accessibility options help them. It's absolutely a valid conversation to have, and though I don't agree with the Buffmeister being in that category, McG, I think it's good that you brought up accessibility, and I think it's an important thing. I'm always a proponent of that. I just don't think that that item is that. It's best enchant for Spellshot Stabmancer in your opinion? That's not really how that works, Silent. It's different enchants boost different kinds of damage. It's maximizing damage formula. There's no blanket best. Not how it works. Oh, that was almost a cliff.
My brain! Only sharper! What? What? Or shall I meet death out with you?
Missed. I'm so bad at this. Genuine skill issue. That almost missed. Damn it, Maker. Lunchtime, take it easy, Dex. You have a good one. At least then, CRUTCHMEISTER is ableist. Belittle the item and its user a different way, please. So would love. I don't think I'm being ableist by saying that an item that completely removes thought and choice making in builds is dangerous to the health of the game. I'm pretty certain I'm not being ableist in that regard.
Calling eyes!
20? Fuck off. Ugh. So like that you're not? Okay, that is the entirety of the point of why the item is problematic. It devalues player choice making and is just bringing the collective creativity of the community down. That was a wasted opportunity. That was just bad.
Get stuck!
A nice little twofer. Oh, that one fell off. Alright, what are you doing now? 13. Alright, cool.
Regular spell.
Back to White Rider. Or not White Rider, Live Wire.
Dodge this!
Man, SMGs in this game just feel good. Oh, that was an unfortunate miss.
Super dead you are?
I'm gonna get hit by that. Thank you, Skeep. Man, Livewire is so good for this. 'Cause you can just whittle down a second bunny while you're dealing with the first. I'm unable to keep up with chat too much right now, but I'll urge you guys to remain respectful. And disagreement is acceptable. Just no hostilities, please, and thank you. You don't have to always agree with someone on something.
Regular spell. I forgot to read. Something else. Ah! Oh, I'm sorry.
Ow.
Simple geometry!
Yeah, you can barrage while you cast a spell as well. It's kind of silly looking. Ow. I got Skeep though, I'm good.
Saved by a mushroom. The Conclave will never let me do this.
Awkward. Oh, you're doing that now. Fuck.
Chew on this!
That's fine. No, don't fucking do that, Mushroom Companion. I hate you. I strongly dislike you. Oh, she got a 1. Okay, cool. Retakes are weird. Silent, the number of times you've jerked off the Buffmeister and the Lucky 7 and stuff, I don't think you can call people's takes weird in direct contrast to my wishes for you to remain respectful to other people in the chat. So I'd say those in glass houses. Also, don't shit on my lawn, please. Or if you could just use it as your second class, you could. But yeah, I'll reiterate, please remain civil in your disagreements. I encourage different takes. I do not want this to be an echo chamber. Please drop it, everybody. Failson, that is not what's happening. Please drop it. There's an expression of opinion. No harm done. Anyway, that was the Maker. So Queen's Cry works out well. Not as well as I was hoping, but there's better ways to maximize it. I think Paradigm, really, with Queen's Cry. feeding that spell damage into ability damage for the Spore Fuse. That would go a long way. Cleanse the chat with Quag Cozy? Sure. Haven't played this fight yet. Watching it, I get the impression it's the Anathema of Wonderlands. Harder, but still repetitive. How do you feel? There's a bit of variation in how it kind of plays out, because the Maker can roll different passives, a bit different attacks, I should say. So, like, if she rolls a 20, she'll just do one of various fuck you things. Do one of various fuck you things. But if she rolls a 1, she hurts herself. And then everything in between does different things as well. So the fight does have some randomness to it. You can damage her yourself, so your build does help the fight go faster. It's just she's got an absurd amount of health, so it's not going to speed it up too much. But applying things like debuffs does help. Obviously, the Wrath of Nature has sped it up a fair bit. And then there's, of course, how fast you manage to kill the bunnies and your personal aim. It is a bit repetitive. I do think the Maker is my least favorite of the 4. It's my least favorite. But I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. I'd say Nidhogg is my favorite for sure. Probably followed by Bark. Yeah, despite the fact that Bark kicks my ass all the time, I'm a big fan of Bark. Because it's punishing in a way that promotes learning. Like, either you take move speed and you kite super hard, or you get the damage to brute force, which is not terribly easy to do, or you actually learn to deal with the weak spots and dodge the attacks in the intended manner. I feel like Bark is a proper challenge. Nidhogg is a proper challenge. Gloop is just like, learn that bosses have mechanics type thing. It's the Banshee of the raid bosses. So Banshee for the base game bosses just kind of like teaches you, hey, duck and jump. Learn that. Don't stand here. Kill ads when you need to. It teaches you the basic skills. I feel like Gloop is that for the raid bosses, you know? Hey, Silent, thank you for giving us up to Owl. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Not necessary, but always appreciated. You sure your Torque Shotgun? Want to find for my spell shot? Sure. Bark seems the most challenging, also has more than one counter to mechanics. Right, you've got the strafe one, or the runaway. You've got runaway or duck, runaway or jump. And then you can also interrupt with the weak spots. And that has a limit, though. You can only do that 3 times before another mechanic turns on, then you gotta wait. So I just think Bark is really well designed, with the exception of a couple things. One, the damage aura, when you get too close. Like, if you physically touch Bark, you take damage. And that is a bit annoying. I don't like that it can do the arena area denial attacks when you're not in the arena, so you can just respawn back into them. But for the most part, I like Bark. Does benefit doing one of the raid bosses? Crystals? Yes, crystals, and each has dedicated drops as well. Build isn't anywhere near ready to even try a raid boss. It takes some time, Avari. It takes some time. Some of my builds I don't take to raid bosses either. I'm still workshopping. This is the first time I've taken this build through... I made this build last night, and I hadn't taken it through Bark or the Maker yet. So, and it took 2 attempts to get to the Maker, or to get through the Maker, rather. Wasn't aware of the dedicated drops? Yeah, they do. You just don't get them directly from the boss. You get them from the Maker afterwards, because you get teleported out of the room, so there's not time to loot. So there's this weird thing where people are like, I wish the boss dropped loot. Like, no you don't. You really don't. Because if the boss dropped loot, you wouldn't get it. Because it just teleports you out. So you already get the loot from the place that lets you keep it. And then you also get large crystal intake from doing raid bosses just in your gameplay in general. That's why I'm running around with 8.2 thousand crystals. Not a lot of elite rooms. I don't think I did any elite rooms, actually. Minimal curses. Still 8.2 thousand. It's profitable. Banshee and Nightmare are my favorite bosses, not including great bosses. Loved how the fights included crouching and jumping. The fights felt so engaging. Agreed, Reckless Monster, for sure. I really like how they've moved Lands game's boss design, like, several steps forward with this game. Definitely feels good. Just like Banshee, honestly. What about it didn't hit for you, Avari? I like platformer with guns? Yeah, that's the point. So generally in games, boss design involves do thing to avoid boss attack and then capitalize on the opportunity. That's just kind of core video game boss fight since the beginning of the industry. But Lands game bosses kind of constantly had this habit of having none of that, which meant you could just stand there, hold a button, and it would die eventually. And that wasn't ever engaging to me. All damage on a Harbinger. Frost damage doesn't help us. Spore Ward and Power only helps our Barrage. Man, if this was Poison, Spell Shot, that's what we're going for. Guess we'll keep rolling. I don't like Bark, but I also haven't fully gotten the fight. Plan on fighting it over and over to get it down and the right damage. Yeah, it's one of those that, even if you know it, sometimes you can just kind of slip up. Like, I know the Bark fight. I've done very clean Bark fights. I did not have any of those clean Bark fights today, especially the first one. That was just straight up awful. I was just playing terribly. One, I went in unprepared. Two, I was a little bit cocky. And three, I just was not playing well. But the next attempt went well. And I like that Bark sparks, that rhymes, creativity. Like, I was using this to hit the weak spots. It's just a random gun I grabbed from vendor because it delivers projectiles in the way I need it to. I use this to shoot the weak spots on Barkenstein in this build. Because I just didn't have something else, but like this does the job, so it's got a permanent spot in my inventory now. Curious to know how Harbinger interacts with Unarmored Defense. Does it refill half of the half or the whole half? Must test when I get home. So, Unarmored Defense makes your new max that halfway point. Harbinger just goes off of half of your max. So, Unarmored Defense happens, and then Harbinger's like, okay, half of that. So, you do lose a little bit of value on Harbinger with Unarmored Defense in terms of raw numbers, but it still does the same proportional effect. Maker, I die more falling off the edge than I do from anything else. Yeah, I think I've died to the Maker twice ever, and both times it was cliffing. Alright, three times. Two of the three was cliffing. The third time was she rolled a 20 and murdered me. Finally felt rewarding to best Son of a Witch quickly. Finally had my dot build stab claw to work, feels great. Let's go, Wolf Booty, congrats. That's a big step. Yeah, overcoming Son of a Witch, Poison Clawbringer. It's close, it's trying. Overcoming Son of a Witch is, it's just, Son of a Witch and Drill are DPS checks. And I love that there's multiple, because they serve as speed bumps. You're like, hey, I'm cruising through this stuff, oh, I hit this wall, what do I do here? Get more damage? Cool, let's do that. And it works. I like it. Wish we had more self-buff options from sigils, like if you cast a fire aura, Buffmeister was split into different spells, like you have to find a melee damage resist sigil. Absolutely, Decoy. 100% agree. 100%. More diversity in the sigil department would be amazing, because currently, fortifying sigils are really good. You know, you got the flat 20% damage, and you got a strong 8% heal. That's great. Then you've got the Hydra sigils, you've got the Singularity sigils, then you've got the weird ones. You've got the Enduring sigils, which they follow you, like the Buffmeister, but they have shorter duration, and they just make you tankier. Damage reduction, which is fine. That can be nice. I'd like to see more of the variety that follow you, that do different things other than damage reduction, maybe. But then you got the elephant in the room of, you know, that item, that does 6, 7 different sigil things at once. And, like... Nice, Wolf Booty. You happen to see they added new modes to Metroid Dread? This more than the ones they did a while ago, Ember? The lower and the higher difficulty modes? Sorry, coworker, had a question. I'm cool with dodge mechanics and reflex mechanics in general. Purely dislike the stand in one spot, jump, duck, jump. Felt childish. Well, that's the point of Ari. Think about two things there. One, lands games, bosses don't have mechanics, so you gotta drip feed. You gotta introduce, over time. And that's a big reason why the Guardian takedown in Borderlands 3 got so much negative reception, because it, even by other game standards, it's still not mechanically involved. But by Lands game standards, Guardian Takedown had way more going on than people who were playing Borderlands 3 up to that point were used to. So they reacted poorly. They're like, this is too much, too soon, and it got a bad rap because of that. So they were more gradual in introducing mechanics in Wonderlands. And Banshee had to kind of be in the shallows a little bit. You wade past Banshee as you get to the other stuff. It was an introductory thing. And yeah, childish, I suppose wouldn't be the word I would use, but same concept. It's training. It's training. And Banshee is early in the game, so it gets you acquainted with these boss mechanics that other bosses are going to do. Think about it. It's got the purple goop that you see in 2 later boss fights. You see that in the drill fight, and in the Dragon Lord fight. It's got the duck and jump mechanics, which you see in the Nightmare fight. It's got ad management, which is important in most boss fights. And then it's got telegraphed ranged attacks, which you see in the drill fight, you see in the Dragon Lord fight, you see in lots of places. What's the Banshee? The boss you fight in, what was it, Weepwild Dankness, I think? Quick question, what upgrades are account-wide? Bank, Lost Loot. Yeah, Bank and Lost Loot are account-wide. And cosmetics. Metro Dread has several options now. The newest ones are Boss Rush, Survival Rush, and Dread Rush. Ooh. What's Dread Rush? They even had a practice mode? That's awesome. Some Lands players are used to cheesing bosses too, so that makes sense. Right. It's introducing mechanic-based gameplay to a fan base that doesn't have the skill set. Like, not saying they don't have the aptitude to do so, I'm saying they have never had to in these games. So, like, it's like telling someone to move a muscle they weren't aware they had. It's, there'll be some confusion at first. Does this game have a hotfix applied sign? It does not. I'm told that this menu here, this thing, will show your version. There might be a thing of the... Yeah, this hotfix version 1.010E. Yeah. So they tell you the hotfix version on the hotfix notes every week, every time they do a new one. So you can just check to see if your hotfix version listed down here matches the most recent one. You played Dark Souls, figured you'd like it? Yeah. I'm by no means a good Dark Souls player. But yeah, I've played a few of the games, and I watch a lot of Souls content. So yeah, Vaxxed. Free update, let's go, Ember. See what you're saying completely. I'm previously a Destiny player, so that could play heavily into my thoughts on the topic. Never considered it that way before. Yeah, so Destiny just inherently is more mechanically complex than Borderlands. Just, Destiny has more mechanic-based gameplay. So Destiny players have a different sort of skill set in that regard. Let's do another one.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Do featured.
You go on ahead.
Only sharper. I'll take that. Piercing
Maybe not with blowing myself up, but... Is this health bug? I can't even tell. I have good damage, but... Yeah, no, that's not health bug. That shroomlet would have died. Cool.
I'll give you a good home.
Wait for me to play offline without the dumb auto-legendary bug. So... You cannot pick and choose hotfixes. You cannot pick and choose. Either you get all of them or you get none of them. And if you play with an internet connection, you get hotfixes. If you play without one, you do not get hotfixes. You get what you get. It's legendary bug. So, one of the early hotfixes for the game corrected an issue where vendors had different item pools than what they otherwise do. This was corrected with a very early hotfix. Day 1 hotfix. And these enemies are... See, it's not a mob density issue, it's a mob aggression thing. Because there's enough of them, it's just they're not where I can even fight them. That's the thing. So, a mob aggression increase would be nice for certain enemy types. Particularly goblins, crabs, zombies. Those are the ones I've had that issue with the most frequently. No hit boss rush Ember, that sounds fun. Not for me, but fun to like watch. Is this health bug? It's so hard to tell. Maybe my melee is just like so weak that even Chaos 0 health it just doesn't... Here, we'll test on Bunny and boss. Because like, I'm pulling enough damage that I can feasibly get these kills. That Eldritch Wyvern I would have just been one-shot under health bug. So maybe I'm just doing more damage than I remember doing. We were in that Maker fight for a while. The fight has a way of warping your perception of time, I must say. Off to work, have a great day. Take it easy, Rorix. You have a good one. Still intermittently doing a Dread Mode playthrough. Force hitless is hard, I bet. Ooh, peg leg. Vampire, though. First volatile dropped as a quest reward. It was the Crying Apple. Nice. Trying to remember what my first volatile was. I think it was a random blue armor. I just got in the chamber. I feel like I have health bug all the time and remember I'm a gamer with damage. Yeah, that does happen. Yeah, I need to get more elements of Fear Not. I have a Frost one. I think it's on my spell shop. Or, this is a spell shop too. I think it's on my, my spell shop primary claw secondary character. That one. This is my Spore Warden primary spell shop secondary. I combine spell and claw with a lot of classes now. At first it was just Berserker. I was kind of splashing with everything, and now I'm doing that with spell and claw a lot as well. They just pair well. Can't stop specking claw. Yeah, I had to fight to not do it on this. The way I justified it was I'm not doing lightning damage consistently enough to have awe triggered. If this Fear Not had been lightning, I probably would have just gone claw instead of Spore Warden. But this happened to be poison, and I got Spore Fuse relatively quickly, reroll wise. So I was like, fuck it.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot. Come on then. Let's get this over. I call foul.
Chonky ricochets. I was messing around earlier, and if you do 22-22 split between the trees, you get 2 points in both Awe and Wrath of Nature. I have some ideas. Yeah. Yeah, getting tier 5 in 2 trees is sometimes very enjoyable. Like, instead of the 2-2 split you mentioned here, I have a 3-1 split. 3 Wrath of Nature, 1 slot, 1 kill. If you were to place the spell shot tree with Claw, then yeah, you could go 2 Wrath of Nature, 2 Awe, or 1 Wrath, 1 Headhunter, 2 Awe, or, you know, whatever combination. And that's often more impactful than capstones. Particularly Spore and Claw capstones are less valuable than, for example, Berserker capstone. Berserker capstone is one of those that, if you're down there, very hard to justify not taking. Meanwhile, Stabbo is super situational. Spell Shot, depending on the spell, can be mostly worthless. Spore Warden, depending on the gun, can be worthless. And, Clawbringer, it's nice, but, you know, 25-second cooldown, so you can do without it. Greyborn Capstone depends on you having kill skills impactful enough to want that effect. Berserker Capstone is, like, just really good as long as you're not using Ambihextrous. There's a use case for, as long as you're not using Ambi, or, I suppose, the Barrage reload enchant. Yeah, this is normal damage. I'm just a gamer, as Rune said. No health bug, just good damage. Bad Egg with safe space is kind of counterintuitive. It's a melee ward, but you'd be knocking enemies out of melee range. I'm a gamer. Parasite usually dies so fast in Bone phase that it never does Skull. Yeah. Bone enemies are just kind of squishy in this game. Like, the tankiest one's Gloop, and Gloop isn't exactly tanky. I guess Freezicles is kinda tanky, because he's got the frost resistance.
You won't be needing that. This world's no place for the weak. Get some.
Big chunk. Holy. Oh. One of these right to the crit spot does so much damage. You know Spore Fuse affected by things like Dragon Aura? It is. It is.
Take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
Frozen Orb with Spell Charge. Neat.
What will fill my enemy?
Good damage. Let's keep going for that Harbinger, I guess. Pins on some good class combos for strictly gun builds, utility spells like Cascade. I really like Berserker Greyborn for that. Using Reaper of Bones to just enhance gunplay. You could do Stabomancer Berserker and then run around it from the shadows. And use Berserker Capstone to keep full uptime of that. You could do a Clawbringer build using lightning and fire weapons to maintain awe uptime, and then just kind of use spells as utility there. Use whatever second class you like combining there. Those are all things that I do. I might do a Clawbringer gun build run next. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Show off the crossblade stuff I've been doing. A Harbinger, not the right one. Nope. Would you run with Clawbringer? Why go intense difficulty? Because I like a challenge. I just like playing the game on the hardest difficulty. Just my personal enjoyment comes from that. I don't need a reward for it, I just like doing that. 3 yellow with little difficulty, should I try Bark? Yeah. 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 Bark is more reactive stuff than Bunted Hog. But if you have the DPS for Bunted Hog, you have the DPS for Bark. The increased loot chance? No. Intense difficulty does not increase loot chance. It just increases moon orbs and money. Moon orbs are already extremely easy to get. Money is a valuable resource, so intense helping with that is pretty nice. But I just like playing on the harder difficulty. That's all. It doesn't get you more legendaries or anything. Just if you want the challenge, it's there. Which is a great way of doing things.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Is Mushroom Companion really thick enough? I think so. It's caked up on, what day of the week is it? Wednesday? It's caked up on a Wednesday. In this economy, gotta respect it. Yeah, so I got this crossblade. Volatile, 8 mag, lightning fire. Beautiful. Now, the damage is kind of low for a volatile, but like, whatever. These can go up to like 1200 for the high mags. On the low mags, on a 1 mag, you can get like 1800.
Good luck.
Money's a valuable resource. How you can tell it's not a Borderlands game? True. Money ended up meaning absolutely nothing in BL3. this game, money's important. Now, crossblade gonna crossblade. Gun slaps so fucking hard, it's crazy. And because it's dealing both lightning and fire, I am the Awbringer. Crossblade also just shoots through walls because it just doesn't give a shit. It's like, hi, die. Giga Chad weapon. People always ask why I played on TVHM in 3 to see if my build's actually good, that's why. So the awkward thing about that decoy is eventually, this wasn't always the case with BL3, but eventually they made some changes so that basically all the difficulty changes made by TVHM were also baked into Mayhem mode. So it actually served no purpose other than New Game Plus in Borderlands 3, as long as you were in Mayhem levels. But New Game Plus can still be a fun thing to do, so I'm glad that that feature was there. I hope they add a New Game Plus to this game at some point. It's not something I can say I'll even use often, but I would like it to be there, you know? More options for more players. Promoting different ways to play the game. Shotgun's low-key goated. It's sick, Silent. It's really good. Bark's tail, you duck. How do you avoid the scratch? So, the hand scratch, you duck. The tail swipe, you jump. It can do either one of those on either side. And then the somersault, you strafe. Strafing right is more effective. But you can strafe left if you have enough move speed. You can also apparently go forward on that one. I just like to strafe right when I do it. And you can interrupt any of them as long as the weak spot is available. The range limit there, but that's fine. My Wyvern killed the rest. Run a Corrupted Plate. At the moment, I am running Smart Armor. I managed to get a 2-Awe Smart Armor. So, total crit chance reduced by 50%, crit damage increased by 50%. Awe is then giving us the 2 points from that, is another 22% post-add crit chance, bringing us up to 55 post-add crit. The Crossblade itself has just a higher base crit, so we are still critting very frequently. Our gun crit is 6.8%, but then Awe kicks in, add 55, we have 61% crit chance. We're the Awbringer. You test more weapons, I think, and that is my exact point. A lot of weapons are being slept on. Like, Crossblade was already good before the buff, and then it got a 50% buff. Because people are like, hey, buff this entire manufacturer. Like, but did you use anything here, though? And the answer is no. People just need to use more things. There's some things that are absolutely going to be in a position where, hey, they could use some attention, some adjustment. I absolutely agree with that. But I do not think that 3 weeks into the game, when people are afraid to experiment with the comparatively few, compared to Borderlands 3 items that are in the game, people are afraid to experiment with the ones we have, and we're 3 weeks in. I don't think buffing things is the answer yet, because Crossblade slaps. Lots of other guns slap. I was using a Fear Knot, which I'm sure a lot of people just leave on the ground for not being a Pixie or a Shrike. The Chain Lightning Delivery Fear Knot. Big Word is being rude. Like Whatnot too. Whatnots are good. Once I get my loot ice, I'll have to go back to shotgun farms. Shotguns are really good right now. See, I don't have one on me, but Rain of Arrows can be over 7,000 card damage per shot. 7,000 card damage per shot. Not 700, not 1,700. A volatile ×6 rate of arrows can be over 7,000. So you got rate of arrows, you got crossblade. I've been told the Circuitous Gyre is pretty good now. I have not used it yet post buff. Yeah, I have a Universal Soldier equipped and an amp hilt weapon, so I can shoot 3 times, bonk, and it refills my ammo and gives me amp, and delivers echo. It's a fun loop. 1, 2, 3, bonk. 1, 2, 3, bonk. Rain of Arrows did not need a buff. It didn't, but people are buff happy. I think we need to put a moratorium on calling for buffs. Shout out to the first 2 days of the game when people were absolutely positive, would stake their life on the fact that a ×4 Nightshader Spriggan was like the DPS option. And then Liquid Cooling entered the chat. And then Ludite entered the chat. Buff Liquid Cooling. You'd be surprised, Silent. I've seen requests for buffs on some wild things. It's possible to adjust values by the flat amount, not percent. With per level scaling, that would get really weird. I think that'd be very disastrous if they tried to do that. They can adjust how much something scales per level, which is... They said they did that for, the Dahlia AR change, for example. It didn't end up working out that way, so I don't know if there's an ideology change there or something. Basically, things scale at a factor of 1.09 per level. So you take the base damage of the thing, multiply it by 1.09 to the power of however many levels. And that's how you end up with the damage scaling. And for example, in Borderlands 3, they adjusted a couple things to not scale like that. Like Iron Bear scales higher than that. Black Pets and Digiclone scale a little bit higher than that too. Not as high as Iron Bear, but... Yo, Grumpy, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Thank you so much for bringing your people over here. I'm clawbringing people. Let's go. I just started playing my clawbringer for a bit to show off this this crossblade. Crossblade's sick. Bit late there, stream elements, but okay. I like the energy. Want to do a Clawbringer build with Cleansing Flames to really like the skill? Yeah, Cleansing Flames is one of those things that, some quality of life stuff would help with that. Like, increasing the hitbox size on the actual melee portion would do a lot, because that skill can kill enemies if you hit with the actual physical hammer. But the hit detection on it's pretty wonky. So I'd say before calling for things like damage buffs, you know, figure out how we can maximize it formula-wise, and resolve issues like hit detection. Say that's more healthy for the game long-term than just buffing. We were just having a discussion on how people are a little buff-happy right now in the community. Honestly, surprised the shotgun buff. Was also sad about Dahlia nerf. Figured snipers and rockets get looked into first myself. I think snipers are fine, B-Dragon. I'll show you snipers are fine, in fact. I got this sawmill. Chaotic ×2. Sawmill can be anywhere from ×1 to ×4, I believe. It might be ×2 to ×4. I don't recall seeing a ×1 sawmill, but anyway, you know, sawmill could have a bunch of projectiles. And just look at the DPS of this. Hey Felicia, how you doing? So, like, it's kind of shredding this boss ward and the boss health. And this is at a setup not optimized for sniper damage in any real way, shape, or form. This is on Intense, Chaos 20. Like, there are snipers that do good damage. I would really pump the brakes on buffing them. Because out of the snipers, out of the uniques, most of them are good. The Sawmill is fantastic. The Drill's Fury, really, really good. The Carouser is amazing. I've not personally used the Envy, but I've heard good things. Skeet Prod, I've been told, is good in mobbing. Maybe a little weak in single target, but good in mobbing. And that's all the unique snipers, I think. That's all the legendaries. So, like, that's all of the legendaries. And there's one that's like, eh, and the rest are good. So buffing snipers as a whole just buffs items that don't need to be buffed. And in terms of non-uniques, Black Powder and Stoker ones are already good. Dahlia ones maybe could use a little bit of an adjustment. Maybe Hyperion snipers. Oh, sorry, for the other snipers, Kaokon and Great Bow are gimmick items. Kaokon sucks intentionally, I think. 5 ammo per shot. Can't reload conventionally, can't be enchanted. Like, that's a joke item. And then Great Bow is a gimmick item. It's got the highest card damage in the game, and it bricks after one shot. So, like, I think part of the problem with all the buff talk is builds. At least in my little circle, no one's made more than one build, so it seems that the default the gun doesn't work, so gun bad without considering their build may be bad, not optimized for X weapon. Exactly that stuff, Beaver. People are not experimenting enough, and that is causing this self-reinforcing loop of, hey, gun didn't work on this build without, you know, the item people use to make items work. So, buff item. And it's like, wait, no, what if you just built around the item instead? And a constant storm of buffs is not something you can take back once you do it. Great Bow's a high effort meme, I can appreciate it. The damage on it is actually crazy. You can one-shot bosses with a Great Bow, just you only get the one shot. Don't miss. In terms of launchers are a little bit more difficult to figure out. One I want to mess around with is, it's a purple quest reward. It's the Mole Man, I believe is the name. That one, the way the projectile works interests me. It seems to have decent card damage. I have one that, I don't know if they all roll this way, but it's got underbarrel salvo for very efficient ammo consumption. I might build around the Mole Man as like my first launcher build, if I can get it to do good damage. But the Blue Cake's got good damage, just awkward to deliver. The split distance is pretty far. Cannonballer's got good damage. And then Torg sticky launchers have good damage. I've not messed around much with the non-unique Stoker and Skulldugger launchers, but the ones I have used in playthroughs and at endgame have been good so far, so I'd pump the brakes on that too. Need people experimenting with more things. Because otherwise you end up with situations where you buff an entire weapon class or manufacturer, and then, you know, Rain of Arrows over 7,000 card damage. You know, the liquid cooling everyone loses their mind about? 824 times 2, 10 fire rate. Okay, that's 16,000 DPS. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Liquid cooling's really good. Rain of Arrows, 7,000, is also really, really good, considering it's in an area you just leave there, and it ramps up over time if you can spam more and more and more and more and more. Scales very well with Amp, so if you invest things like Amp into that, for example, you get 100% Amp, well, you see where that's going. It's building around an item can really affect how these things go. You can get, the point of that rant is you can get Rain of Arrows to be higher DPS than a liquid cooling, building around it properly. So it didn't need a 50% buff. The Vommy Skulldugger launchers can actually melt. Say goodbye to ammo though. Maybe some ShamWise stuff for that then. See, people say launchers bad, also haven't seen people try to make launchers good. Right, it's, you picked up launcher, you shot random non-enchanted launcher on build not designed for it, didn't hit anything except one enemy, that enemy didn't get one shot, so you threw it away. Like, that's the perception of launchers. We'll maybe put more time into it. Put more time. It's a difficult thing to ask, but I think it's hard to build around when the ammo pool is so low. It's not that low, though, Failson. We had, what, 53 launcher ammo? End of life BL3? 53? We get, uninvested, you get 30 into the SDUs. And I think max you get 51. With, like, full SDUs for launcher ammo. 51 launcher shots. That's a lot. Hey, Braun, how you doing? Weapons requiring investment shouldn't equal bad. Exactly that, Pico. But you see a lot, particularly in the lands community, if something is not... That's a double roll all damage, I'll take that. If something is not immediately apparent as, like, super cracked ridiculous, people just throw it away. Kong? Major Kong is a fantastic example. Major Kong is something that people, you know, tap fired once, they're like, oh, it doesn't hit, it takes a bunch of ammo, and it's not a kick charger. Major Kong's out here with a 7.5 times charge mult. It literally is the hardest hitting gun in the entirety of Borderlands 3. Yet that's not known because people didn't take the 5 seconds to hold the trigger down. Same culture is carrying over here, and I do not want this game to become Borderlands 3 in the sense that numbers just go up for no reason. I do not want that. I love Borderlands 3. I absolutely do. But there are some things it did that I did not like. And needless buffs, top of the list. Doing good, gonna get some homework done. Good for you, good for you. Lucky 7 requires investment, so it's bad. Remember when people were absolutely convinced the Guardian Angel was terrible? That was a fun couple days. Do rings or amulets drop with launcher mag size? Rings might be able to? That might be a thing on rings. If it would be anywhere, it would be on rings. Now, you can get global mag size increases for all weapon types on Amulet, Sneezy Urchin. I know you can get global mag size there. I probably have something that rolled it here. I see gun mag size, and that can double roll. A volatile roll double mag size, I want to say is 56%? Or it might be one of the 69 ones, actually. It's a lot. You get a lot of mag size there. And then you have Spore Warden's mag size in Tree, which you can get 6 out of 3 with skill plus armor. Then, of course, Butt Stallion can boost that further if you're lucky. You get a lot of mag size. Unfortunately, launchers have an even stricter ammo regen penalty than they did in BL3. I don't know why they did that change. But yeah, it's a thing. What'd you build around to supplement it? Maybe a spell build could work. You can ammo restock, add after bosses. So a popular ammo maintenance strat, some people do for Torg sticky stuff, for example, is you could use a ShamWai with a low-level, high-hit count weapon and self-damage. And it will restore ammo of the type of the gun you are holding. So that's a way of getting ammo back. You can also build around spells, as you said, as your primary damage dealing method, and use the gun as a filler. You could use a launcher as a secondary weapon, which is probably the intended use of the weapon class. It's like you use it, hey, you really want one target dead right now, or you really need a death save right now. Launcher. It's entirely possible they intend launchers as sidearms, so to speak. TF2 Soldier rocket build incoming. Let's do it. Does Hawkins Wrath count as a companion at all? I doubt it, but not to my knowledge, Wolfie. But I'm not 100% on that. Generally, you can tell if an effect counts as a companion if it gets a mini-map icon. Now, that's not ironclad, but it's a good indicator. Wasn't where ammo regen's a big issue. You haven't had any problems since level 5 regaining ammo. I'm talking about specifically launchers in this case, Avari. Specifically launchers. Basically, launchers have an inbuilt penalty to the ammo regen stat. So, for example, Spore Warden gives you, for the Quiver skill, you get 1% ammo regen per point, I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Guess we gotta trust in magic here. But launchers receive a massive penalty to ammo regen efficiency. So in Borderlands 3, they got, I want to say, 17 and change percent of the final ammo regen value was what you ended up with a launcher. So basically, you couldn't efficiently regen ammo with that without like obscene amounts of mag size, and there were just better ways to do it in that game anyway. In this game, the penalty is even stronger. I want to say you end up with like 13 or 10%, something like that. Someone mentioned the numbers in chat a while ago, and I forgot. Because one of many numbers floating around for this game in my head. But suffice it to say, ammo regen is not an efficient way to sustain launchers in this game. You're looking at absorb is your most likely way. Also, taking those ammo capacity increases in the chamber anytime you see them, certain weapon types really benefit from that. I always recommend taking those if you plan on doing raid bosses.
Come on then, let's get this over with.
1% per point. Thank you, Reckless Monster. My bad, I had double customers miss that part. Nah, you're good. You're good. Nothing to apologize for. 10%, around 1% for Skulldugger launchers. Yeah, so Skulldugger launchers get their own penalty on top of that. So you are not regenning ammo at any reasonable rate with a Skulldugger launcher. Or other launchers, for that matter. Fires 400 pistol rounds. Crap, gotta switch my backup. Pulls out massive rocket launcher. It's on brand for the Lands games. Because we definitely see people consuming the most pistol ammo in this game, right? It's gotta be pistols or shotguns. For just most situations of, hey, out of ammo. Because people aren't using launchers, so I'm not counting that at the moment. These ammo capacity upgrades. Lifesavers. So what do I have without SDUs on my launcher right now? 30. What do I have now? 45. That is a huge increase. Think about how impactful that is on some weapon types, chat. From 30 to 45, just by spending 50 crystals. That's pretty good. I don't even think I fired a launcher yet, didn't care for them in BL2, so kind of dropped them. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Some people just don't care for launchers in their gameplay. They're probably the most forgettable weapon type in this game, but there are some launchers that I like using. In BL3 or in this game, or in BL2. I think they were wanting to avoid how launcher-centric BL3 got at times, though. So that's why we have fewer ways of regaining ammo in this game. Because it was a large part of BL3's endgame builds economy to just find the easiest way to shoot a launcher for the longest. Gotta go do adult stuff, fun stream, and nice listen to mechanics. Thoughts I learned things. Always a pleasure having you around, Hazel. You go do adult things. You have a good one. I appreciate you. have a self-harm spell build at the moment, but I don't think I had 1-1 adjust for guns. Gonna need tinkering. Are you doing like Blaze of Glory? Blaze of Glory. I mean, same energy, really. Blaze of Glory, Failson? I've been kind of wanting to do a setup with that. Sham Norfleet days. Yeah, same energy decoy. We've got the Sham Y instead of the Sham in this game, and people are kind of using it for that purpose with launchers. It's very much like Sham fleeting, except we just don't have the fleet part of it. Yet. You never know. Moe's Cough Cough. My Mr. Hughes, my main. Moe's was cool. You can do a lot of cool stuff with BO3 characters. But I do like character design in this game. There's, you know, some bumps. Nothing is ever perfect, but I do like the direction they went in this game. Those crossbow launchers, yes. Big fucking ballista on your shoulder, please. That'd be amazing. Crossblade's so fun now. It really is, Mr. Adblock. It's a hell of a gun. And you can be straight up toxic with this thing. Like, you can do shit like this. Hang on. Not get bonked by a barrel enemy. This. I could just line up to this pillar and just, you know, shoot enemies through it because I'm an asshole. Would you rank Wonderlands for yourself compared to the core games? It's better. Launch to launch, at least, it's better. Now, BL3 was my favorite before Wonderland's release, and BL3 got a long period of post-launch support with lots and lots of content. If Wonderlands gets the post-launch support that BL3 did, then it'll far and away be the Lands game. No doubt. Show build, same the Shrek one from earlier, and it bops too. Yeah, I'll show it after this run, Justice, after the boss. You shoot the yellow ray light from behind a wall. It's funny. Yeah, you can. There are more parts to it, but those are the ones off the top of my head. Grave Spell, Curse Wit, a 200 spell crit on break, Glass Cannon, Mage Armor. Ah, that all makes sense. A little worried about post-launch support, considering DLC is basically just 4 dungeons in a new class. They've not said that it's just that. It's new areas, new enemies, new bosses, new class. And remember, that's just the season pass. That does not include other post-launch content. It doesn't include what if they decide to do a second season if the first one's well received enough. I'm not worried. And also, under the umbrella of post-launch support, BL3 had the model of monthly patches, weekly hotfixes. They've said that they're doing that again. So I'm optimistic, personally, Avari. I do always, my game stalls a little bit. I forgot you are in crossblade range on the first stage. So I can just crossblade you. We'll just do that. I'll sawmill when you're farther away, when you're out of crossblade range. Will they do takedowns? I don't know, Emo. It'd be cool to see. I don't know.
I kill guys with a little help from my friend.
Yeah, sawmill projectile speed is not it, but like that's some pretty good damage. It just takes a while to get there. Ugh. Okay, now back to crossblade. Weird question though. Will the Sigil Swan's Hydras teleport to you and get duration from the class armor? That's a good question. I've never thought to test that, Decoy. That's a good thought. That'd be really cool if it did. A sigil that just moves to you with that armor? That could be fun. Can't test it currently. I'll have to mess around with that. It's a good idea. Got a +3 awe deathless with melee crit max ward. Let's go, Stump. +3 awe is always a good sight. I was actually having a problem with do I still have it on this in this inventory? I might. Oh, here it is. This is a selective amnesia with 3 in awe. So it sounds good, right? But it gives me so much damage that the selective amnesia dot just kills me. Like, I can't use this armor because it hurts too much. I'm kind of having to figure out how I'm gonna deal with that. But yeah, it's so much damage, but it also hurts me. So that's why I'm using the smart armor at the moment.
The cold of the grave.
Selective amnesia, the armor you mentioned. Yeah, that's the one I just mentioned. It's one of my favorites. It's very interactive. That was rude, girl.
See what happened?
Are you in range? Not really. I'll face tank, it's fine. Is that toxic? Might have been toxic. A little rude of me, but 13k pays ward, ooh, that's strong. In Wartooth Shadows, there's an X marks the spot type X in the tunnel where they sing at you. Does it do anything to your knowledge? I can't get any response to whatever I do. I'm not familiar, Chester, to be honest. Claw should have kind of muted himself damage. You stop it, sir. It's risky and I'm trying to get one later. Yeah, let me know how that goes, Failson. I do like that armor a lot. So yeah, the build. Yes, the build, as requested. Claw down to Capstone. I love this Capstone, because with some damage formula, it can just kind of kill a bunch of enemies around the map. It's not necessarily efficient in most scenarios, but depending on your second class, you can justify it. Awe is the star of the show here. Awe gives post-add crit chance. So that 55% you see from me having 5 out of 3 Awe right now, that is just added on to whatever you see in the stat menu over here. So I don't have 52.8% crit chance, I have over 100% crit chance. I don't have 41.3 melee crit chance, I have 96% crit chance for that. You know, my gun crit chance is 70, etc. Awe is very powerful, and to keep it active, all you need to do is deal shock damage to keep the chance active, and fire damage to keep the crit damage active. You also get 25% crit damage for 5 out of 3, which is nice. Not the main selling point, but it's nice. Indomitable for safety, and then I currently have 11 out of 5 Friend to Flame from Butt Stallion, 220% Wyvern damage, that's crazy. But Wyvern slaps, so grabbing the Wyvern stuff from this is nice. I do have a couple Oath of Thunder for my hammer and for the Wyvern. Dragonor is a great skill, Oath of Fire is a great skill. Then over in Graveborn Tree, I'm mostly taking Graveborn for Sanguine Sacrament, to be honest. Global damage from Faithful Thralls, and then Sanguine Sacrament for healing. That's pretty much why this tree is here. I have a build with not that good of damage. It has hella DR. And 32k ward gets with 45k. Simply says no to spicy water. That sounds fun, Raging American. Sounds like a good time. Blasphemet's Favor. I only take Blasphemet's Favor, Braun, specifically because it is a damage instance. So, like, anything that's like, hey, deal ability damage, or hey, deal fire or lightning damage. It's simply there because it is a damage number that can happen. And it can kill, like, the little itty-bitty things that spawn from the, you know, the balloon enemies. It's a point to get down the tree, and it's between that and 3% damage reduction. But yeah, it's a bad skill. Screenshot of me having an 82k ward. Sounds spicy. Arcane Bolt with good stuff. I'll take that. Say no to spicy purple water. Awkward. Or damage over damage reduction? Depends. Sometimes damage reduction can allow you to deliver your damage. Debating specking that for easier all procs because my build is more frost focused. Yeah, if I was not using like a crossblade like this, I'd probably switch out my spell from Ice Spike. Because you do get good awe consistency when your Wyvern's doing Storm Breath, but that's a 32-second cooldown and awe is a 12-second duration, so that does leave you some downtime. At which point you're gonna have to deal shock damage in some way. Now, I don't know if Rebuke triggers awe. I seem to remember it not. So that's Blasphemout's favor. If the Wyvern kills something, which is pretty frequent. But I also just tend to use shotguns. Especially crossblades, because you can just get a splash of it. Bunch of Blaze of Glory. Still don't have that Harbinger I'm after. Sag, suffering, pain. Stormdragon and Judgment benefit from ass melee. Yes, the hammer throw part, the initial hit, scales up with melee damage. Also why we have a random purple element, but we have dark magic. Good question. Using Claw Spell Shot with low cooldown and Hammer Throw, so the fire damage is the only hard thing to find. The Wyvern has Fire Breath on a 21-second cooldown, then it's got Fire Bolt on a 16-second cooldown. So Wyvern can cover fire pretty well. You could use a fire spell. Quaking Sunders can roll in fire, Brawn, so that's really good coverage. You get a multi-charge one, it's on a short cooldown. You could just use an Inflammation, which has like a 6-second cooldown per charge. 3 charges. Just... Laser Hand is another short cooldown fire spell. Trying to think what else. Fire Ragnarok. Just swing a Fire Ragnarok from time to time. You haven't seen funny until something kills itself with only reflected damage? I have seen that. I once had, like 16 points in Rebuke, thanks to Butt Stallion, Rage and American. So the reflect was just crazy. Oath of Fire doesn't work? Right. Oath of Fire does not work because it is not its own damage source. Oath of Fire is a bonus element. So it won't trigger it on its own. It's got to be something that is inherently fire. Might just move a point and put in a Blasphemous like you do. Yeah. How's my myth rank doing? 345, 6 points to spend. What can I put this towards? Oh, I capped out melee crit damage, so I guess I put melee crit chance now. What do I take over here? I don't want to take mag size, so I'll put in gun handling. There's setups I don't want mag size for, so I'm undecided about that. I think some poison damage there. Capped out spell crit, cool. Hey Bad Karma, how you doing? It's tanking up to have it die with only 5 to rebuke. Nice. Let's go back over to the clickbait build. Just cause it's fun. You know how much health the bosses in the game have? I don't have that offhand, but I'm sure somebody does. CZ probably has that info. I think 10 FPS does as well. I can try to get a hold of that info later today if you'd like me to, Karma. It's known, it's just not known to me.
Enter if you dare.
Got a Fire Frost crossblade, so that works too. It does. I don't know how Shark Lesson Ring and Diamond Guard work together, if they would trigger Awe. That's a good question. It's a good question.
You look like a tough one. We'll see about that. Piss off to the hereafter.
Might even be above 2.
Will Frost. Hope one of these lands in an idiot. At least you're some use.
Oh no, that's a little high. Yeah, calm down there. I'm gonna miss this feature drone. This was a really good, just seed for featured. You know, you could do the Maker. Parasite is not one of the pain in the ass bosses. Good money farm from the Mimics. This was a good feature drone. I hope the next one they rotate in is good. Is that your spell or weapon that you're using? That is my weapon. This is a Fear Not. A non-unique Furior pistol with the Lightning Bolt, a chain lightning module. So it is my reload that is doing this damage. And the bow is my action skill. My spell is that Ice Spike. It was amazing. I had a ton of fun on the feature this week. Yeah, Ripper of Bong. I hope they do features of this quality. Like, I didn't care for the first one. Dragon Lord boss, I didn't care for it. But if they keep putting out features like this week's, that'll be real good.
I'll take that. Get stuck.
Eagerly wait for the all mimic, all rooms seed next April Fools. Pain. Suffering. How volatile Fear Not, the damage is 666. Nice. You know, the damage is pretty okay. When we get our peg leg up, we also have really good reload speed.
You tell them I'm coming.
So, like, hitting an enemy to get the peg leg buff in this build, are we allowed to call that pegging, chat? Yes? Cool. Oh, we one-shot it. My bad. Ayo. Get 12k crystal solo and like 15 to 20 was so lucrative. Definitely. Yep, that's now pegging. Cool. So you gotta make sure you peg the enemies.
The cogs of the grave. Volley stop. Come on then.
Oh, bye pigwort.
Get this over with. I it all for a little more.
Magatios, what do you mean, Felicia? I'm using a peg leg melee item. You see? Peg leg. What are you thinking about?
Simple geometry.
That should be legging. We need a jeans texture, like a denim texture peg leg, so it can be jegging. My favorite classes, together or separate, is Grave Spore. Nice. I've really been enjoying Claw and Berserker. Now, I don't play them together, but I play them combined with a lot of other classes. I've been playing Clawbringer and Spellshot the most, like, this week. But Berserker's one I'll just combine with, like, anything. Dude, your builds are insane. I'm glad you like them, Yasuke. It's super unique. I try. I try to be creative. That's what I go for most in my builds. And I like delivering damage through unexpected means. Like, a lot of people would throw away this Fear Not for not rolling, you know, Pixies or Hydras. But I really liked the Lightning Bolts when I first got hands on the game. It was like one of the first items I picked up. I had a Magic Barrel Cryo shotgun with Chain Lightning. I actually have a little bit of footage of me using that on my YouTube channel in the demo build of the game. It was like just 2 weeks we were allowed to play Mount Craw and nothing else. I used that gun so much. And I really just wanted to go back to the vibes I got using it. So I ended up putting that together with this build, and it works pretty well. What's that does the Skeep do? So the Skeep acts as a healing barrel. It flies around for about 10 seconds, and it does these pulses every couple seconds. And these pulses are functionally identical, it's even the same attribute in the game files, as a healing barrel. So that will full heal you and any allies in the vicinity. Also, you can kill the Skeep for any on-kill effects. That includes getting death saves if you're down. So if there's no enemies for you to kill and you want to get up, and your Skeep's flying around, you just shoot the Skeep and you're good. So it's just a really good defensive option. And since it's on a 30-second cooldown with 10-second uptime, you have extremely good uptime on a Skeep. It is almost always around when you need it. Very nice, I have a couple but didn't know the viability, thank you. Happy to help. It's, in my opinion, it's one of the most just blanket useful items in the game. It just flies around doing that. Every one of those pulses is a full heal. And it's particularly nice in, say, raid boss fights, for the phases where there's no ads. I also like it on my Reaper of Bones builds, because health is duration there. So the Skeep heal can really keep your action skill going very efficiently. You think Blizzard would be better at applying the debuff than Bow? Not really, because you have basically infinite charges with Barrage, with some setup. So you can just deliver it on demand. Also, Barrage is just better damage than Blizzard, gives you access to better enchants than Blizzard. This character was my attempt at a Blizzard setup until I started messing with this Furior stuff, and it's just like, I gotta approach Blizzard from a different angle, I think. Because it's very hard to justify it in any scenario over Barrage, currently. feel like if its enchants were a bit different, it'd be a little more desirable. Not gonna lie, Mr. Explosions. Have you used the Inflammation spell, Masons? Inflammation allows you to put a unique status effect on enemies that when they die with that status effect on, they explode. Kind of like Radsplosions or Bloodsplosions, but they spread that effect to enemies that are in the vicinity. So you can do chains of explosions like that with the Inflammation spell. Same thing as Radsplosions. It's really fun.
Just in the crops again? Worms won't go hungry tonight. There's a chill in the air.
Funny, where's your health going? Where's your health going, friend?
How's that for an active return?
Oh, goodbye. Mess with Berserker abilities at all? Not enough. I do want to do a Dreadwind setup. I know Moxie made a really powerful Dreadwind Blast Chill thing. That sounds like that'd be a good time. I want to build that more for mobbing. His was, like, good at one-shotting bosses. I want to kind of take that around and mobbing best I can. Feral Surge is something I haven't delved into yet, although the urge to do Feral Surge stuff does grow. The urge to surge. Ooh, I like that. The urge to surge does grow by the day. It's like Explosive Palm for the monk from Diablo. Yeah. That was profitable. Cool. Volatile Marshmallow. Okay. I mean, I guess I have to take that. I'm meme bound to take that. Oxygen driving to use CRUTCHMEISTER. Yeah, a lot of setups use CRUTCHMEISTER, but try not to let that take away from the fact that that setup is still capable of doing a monstrous DPS without it, which is why I wish more people would just opt not to use it. It's kind of obvious, any build you put Buffmeister on gets better, but there are plenty of setups that people are doing that work very well without it. I know Epic had a cool Clawbringer Livewire thing that works well without it. Moxie has that Dreadwind setup that works well without it, and they know that. Just, I think it's important for the community to know that as well. Mopey's been Feral Surge building? Cool. Just mantled onto the canopy of a tree overhanging a house in the feature run, got completely stuck. Huh. So I was chilling at a vending machine by Banshee, and you could hear her yelling off in the background. Demolish starts yelling, mocking the Banshee yelling. It was glorious. That's cool. I didn't know that. Blizzard's just worse at everything. Yeah, it doesn't have good damage. It doesn't have good uptime. The tornadoes themselves are kind of slow. It doesn't have good enchants. Like, if Blizzard had a faster tick rate, longer duration, and better enchants, you wouldn't even need to touch the damage, because then the utility would get a lot better. But currently, Barrage just does everything better. Every possible thing. And to even have good uptime of Blizzard, you're locking yourself into Berserker Capstone, which is not the formulaic best option for maximizing Blizzard. Because Blizzard, sure, it's cryo, but it's not area damage, and you're not necessarily going to be close to enemies when it's doing its thing. Just awkward. Poison Spell Shot, but it's on a Blood Bag. I wanted Poison Spell Shot on a Harbinger, but never lucky. It's difficult to know if a showcase build works well without Buffmeister releases. For me, it can sometimes be very difficult to sort that out, Pico. One of the many reasons why I think the item's problematic.
You cut me off gas.
If they fix the action skill while active, I can see Blizzard being more beneficial. Yeah, if they change the behavior of those enchants, that would definitely give it a bit more of a window there, wouldn't it? Dragon Rage. Gives me the real Hanzo scatter arrow vibes, which makes it fun. Yeah, Barrage was one of the first things I saw in this game in like trailers, and I just fell in love with it. Yeah, Barrage is amazing. It feels good to use, and it is good.
Think you can make it?
Shame that the on melee attacks portion of items like the Peg Leg don't trigger on Storm Dragon Judgment. The weird thing about that, Cheshire Kaz, is there's a couple exceptions to that. Particularly Spellblade and Diamond Guard Sword. Their unique hilt mods apply to things other than your melee attack. So I suppose all unique melee weapons should be tested for that kind of thing. But I know those two apply to things other than that. It's the non-unique hilt mods that don't apply to anything other than your melee swings. So there's still some exploration to be done in that category. Hey Sen, how you doing? Difficult to walk away from, but trying. Yeah, the thing with it, Sneezy Urchin, is it's just built up this dependency economy around it, and it's just the opposite of what a builds and gear grind-oriented game literally built on the concept of creativity. Like, this is in the imagination of a character, like, it's a literal game within a game. The pure concept is creativity, yet that is a thing that's happening. Just, it's upsetting. It's upsetting. I don't like that that's the state of building in this game. It's a very difficult thing for a lot of people to escape. Simply choosing not to use it does not deny its impact on the community and the balance of the game. Put away tonight, I promise. No, at the end of the day, use what you have fun with. I cannot stress that enough. My distaste for an item, I'm not saying you're not allowed to use something that you enjoy. From the perspective of game health, it causes more harm than good, in my view. But at the end of the day, it's a video game. If you enjoy using a certain thing a certain way, then by all means. I just have some concern for the game health long term with large numbers of people unable to put the item down. Because that affects how other items are balanced, it affects where buffs and nerfs are placed. It affects the popularity of other items, which then in turn affects their prospects at being balanced. Keep an eye out for a multi-projectile elemental blast with repeating cast spawns Hydra and Impact, upward of 8 Hydra from most spells. Ooh, you can get repeating on those? I'd only gotten a channel on those. I did not know you could get repeating. That's good info. That's pretty cool. It's also just not super fun. Other spells are just fun. Right, it's just press button for stats. It's cheat engine. It's cheat engine in a game where you have a fucking marshmallow button. You have a marshmallow button. And the marshmallow is good. Hey, Lyman, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Stronger spells would help shelve. Not quite how that works, Mr. Adblock, because let's say let's look at a legendary spell here. What have I got in my backpack? Okay, Glacial Cascade. Glacial Cascade's already great, does good damage. You quintuple the damage on this thing, it does not suddenly invade the Buffmeister's use case quadrant. It doesn't. You can make this thing 10,000 damage times 5. The functionality is different. I'm new, just wanted to say hello. Welcome in. Good to meet you, friend.
More compost for the heat. See,
Power creep problem, add more power. Right, and that's how you end up with Borderlands 3, where weapons are suddenly getting buffed by 500% and no one can figure out why. Have a blue elemental blast with Hydra at level 23, it's living proof that it happens. Very nice. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. I've not had good luck with elemental blasts, in terms of what parts I get. I've had a couple good ones, but the majority have just been misses.
Oh, you are vile!
Perceiver. I gotta mess around with the Perceiver more. Yo, Increase, thank you so much for the Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's super generous of you. A lot of creators on the platform, you chose me. It means the world. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad review, and all the good stuff, and I appreciate you being part of this community.
Fallen fresh!
Weapon are you using? I'm using a Fear Not. So this is a non-unique. It does not have a drop source. You're going to be looking at hitting the pistol bunny in the Chaos Chamber, checking vendors, and looking at any Fury or drops you find. This is a Chain Lightning module with a crossbow barrel. Now, I didn't get the crossbow barrel I wanted. I got a melee damage one instead of just a damage one. So that's not really helping me. But crossbow barrel does change the stats of the item.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Got an elemental blast that spawns 3 Hydra heads. Continuous cast. Very nice. Kind buds. Very nice. I think the glitchy overworld skills and other pressing matter too, such as Red Hellion and Mistrial. Yeah. Definitely bug fixes. Closing some of those exploitated loops would be nice. Prediction, what are we predicting, Increase? What are you thinking? I was gonna end after this run, but I don't know, we'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. I'm already over time. It's got me wondering if you could roll 2 additional projectiles repeating cast, so it's 12 Hydras with 1 spell, dual wield, and you get free 24 to 30 stacks of Faithful Thralls. So there's got to be a cap at some point of the number of Hydras you can spawn. Like, I think Snake Stick has a cap of like 8 at once, so even if you got a ton of swing speed, you can only have like 8. There's got to be a cap for spell-based Hydras. Now, I don't offhand know what that cap is, but there's definitely one.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot!
More prestidigitation? 14 out of 5. Oh. Yo, chat, I heard you like reload speed. Holy. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't mind me, I'm just looking around for a reload speed shrine. We gotta pump it up. These are rookie numbers. There's an ammo one over there. Don't want that. Hey, you have a lot of ammo. Get rid of it. A handbow would be a machine gun without crits now? Yeah, it would be. Unfortunately, if it didn't crit, then you wouldn't have the reason to use it. What's your longest reload time weapon? Ah, that's a good question. What do I have here? Like, the way this build works, I just keep guns with fast reloads for the most part. I guess the 2.2 on the SMGs is the longest I have right now. At least on me. I guess 3 seconds on liquid cooling. 2.5 on Queen's Cry. 2.3 on my Kinglet. Probably liquid cooling, yeah. Let's see how long it takes. That's not okay. That is not okay. Looks like I sped up my game footage. Decent. Yeah, Cat, that was fast. Kevin agrees.
Right. I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
That's so cracked. Takes longer to shoot the bullet than to get a new gun. It really does. Look for some guns to drop. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. 2.7 on that load buster. We'll mess around with it after we do this. Hang on.
Won't be needing that.
Amusing. Okay. What else we got? What? Okay. What's your point?
What will fill my enemies' hearts with the most dread?
Okay, that is a good point. I'm gonna thank you for your contribution, Kevin. You're my most trusted advisor, as always. Slam.
Figure it out!
Ooh. Yeah, that got me. That got me. Yep. It's not expecting that. You can't see, but I pooed a little. Any chance you got Threads of Fate in your bank? I can't find one for the life of me. So, I shit you not, Mox. I'm pretty sure I trashed like 5 of them right before stream. But I think one of my mules has some. I just don't know which mule. So there's like a slight chance I might have like a volatile one, but I'll have to check. If I find it, I'll just drop you the save for it. Because I cannot remember what I did with it. Volume was low and I heard that. It do be like that. It do be like that. Cat says pay attention to me. He does. He does. Alright, Captain. Hi, what are you doing? You are a good boy. You push to talk? I do. Mostly because I have a lot of background noise between, you know, there's always some kind of construction outside, but also cats. And my stomach growls loud enough that my mic picks it up, so push to talk. That's 3 on the poodle little counter. Yes, I've been keeping track. Well, I'm a little incontinent, Snub. Don't judge me. Doesn't make me less of a man, just makes me smellier. Yo, enemies? Oh, it's crabs. That's why we can't find anything. Because crabs like to hide.
Get stuck.
It even scared me, and I was the one that redeemed it. Working as intended. Or Eagle Eye. I wanted more prestidigitation. I don't have enough reload speed. Time Warp gets splash bonuses? Huh, that's cool. Ooh, drill. I haven't had drill in this build yet. Cool. Less of a clean man. Not less of a man, just more in need of adult diapers. True. Acceptable.
Won't be enough.
That's acceptable.
Good for what ails you.
That's the time we're gonna time skip. Time skip is if you know the Nagata from Borderlands 3, basically each time you snap, you spawn one of those projectiles, and then when you're done snapping, you send them all out at once. It's pretty cool, pretty epic looking.
The cause of the grave. I give it all for a little more.
Okay, GG Thunderface. Is it any good? Yeah, that's pretty good. Good damage formula on it. Time skip equals so hard up. I think I finally have all the heads in the game except one world drop, but I also recently learned a boss only armor color drops. Ooh. Felicia is next level fashion in this game, by the way, chat. If you guys didn't see, I retweeted a tweet of hers. Follow her on Twitter, by the way. She did, like, a lot of emotes and stuff for the channel. It's also just awesome. She remade some, Vox Machina characters, in Wonderland's character creator. Pretty spot on. All elements? I believe it's Dark Magic locked, Swag. I believe it's Dark Magic. I'm looking for more reload times. Wanted something with a juicy reload time. We don't have anything. Oh, that's a 4-second. That's a 4-second. Ooh.
How's that for
That's
an
pretty fast.
episode?
Nice. You got any times 25 pellet kettle drums? Yes. Yes. I don't have one on this save at the moment, but I do have one that I've copied several times for other saves. Yeah.
Chew on this! Ugh.
Oh, you messed up.
We managed to chunk Banidhog a few times today. That double dipping on Spore Fuse is pretty crazy.
What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you? That one! Let's go!
Thanks, Keith.
Bloody product through! Trouble!
Oh, there's a chunk. I wish I could just duplicate my save for separate build setups or some kind of armory. Yeah, I don't know what the motivation behind that change was. Hopefully it's something they can change back, or just don't do again. Got a repeating cast times 7 Magic Barrage the other day. 28 spell hits is goofy. A lot of blast gasp chances. Like, what's the theoretical max of that? Like, if you were to blast gasp on, like, every hit, that'd be pretty nuts. What about the abundance of double dip skills? So there were kind of a comparable amount of double dip things in Borderlands 3. It's just that you had to work harder to get them to double dip anything relevant decks. So for example, Indiscriminate double dipped global damage bonuses. but you didn't often have access to a lot of those because you were Amara. Now, in this game, the same kinds of things exist, you just have much more formula with which to double dip. Short fuse, obvious double dipper, and they modeled 3 things in this game off of short fuse. They have the spore fuse enchant, they have blast chill, and blast gasp, are all short fuse. But you still have play the angles, which is indiscriminate, but double dip and even a triple dip, because it can ricochet again. But this is in a game where you have much more formula. So it's like the same thing, it's just everyone does more damage. Despite the fact we have smaller numbers, we have bigger formula. So I assume you're for removing them or making them less accessible? I'm not really, though, because the thing is, most of them are pretty conditional to access. Obviously, there's the overperformer of Blast Gasp with, Furiors being crazy. But in terms of, if you set up for a Blast Gasp boss one-shot, it requires a bunch of setup, a bunch of gear. That's something that I don't mind being there. Blast Chill is very hard to get the damage into, and it's very rewarding when you do. And I don't feel like Blast Chill is overperforming on the average level. Remember, you bounce around the middle, you don't bounce around the top or the bottom 1%. Now, Spore Fuse may be a little problematic. Just a little bit. This enchant seems kind of overtuned compared to a lot of other ones. You don't need it to do damage, but it just does a lot of damage. But I don't think the double dipping is necessarily a problem in this game because you can just do it on everyone. And also with how balanced and encounters are working out right now, it isn't really as much of a game changer. Probably the best enchant in the game, IMO. If I was to, absolutely had to rank them, then yeah, I'd likely come to a similar conclusion. I don't like ranking things. I don't actually need that frozen orb. That's fair, I don't really have an opinion since I really use a lot of the double dip mechanics. Right, it's just kinda there. It's not really more prevalent as much as it's just you have it's less hidden. I know that might not make a lot of sense, but we just have better formula, is all there is to it. Yeah, you can do some crazy interaction of dipping. Like, you could play the angles to trigger, and that's a double dip. And then you could play the angles to trigger the second time for the second ricochet. And that's a triple dip. And then that ricochet, because its ability damage, can trigger a Spore Fuse for a quadruple dip. And quadruple dipping in a game where we have massive global formulas is very strong. Very, very strong. What are you farming? From that bunny, I'm hoping for a Harbinger with poison damage and spell shot power. That's what I want from that bunny. Otherwise, I'm just playing to play. What time is it? Almost 3. I'm like an hour over time. You need fadeaway to do that even semi-reliably. May I introduce you to Clawbringer? Or should I say, Awbringer? With, if you run 6 out of 3, Aw, that's 66 flat. Now, if you were to play the angles, you can't run 6 out of 3, but you can still get 3 from armor. So that's 33% post-add crit chance. That's still a lot. And then, of course, Spore Warden has the gun crit and tree. And you can get gun crit chance on rings. Yeah, you can get some pretty high crit values. Oh, it's just an amazing skill, yeah. Using your amp Spellclaw build, tons of fun. Glad you're liking it, Caspatas. I'm super glad. That makes me smile to hear. Genuinely, thank you. I like when my build shenanigans are useful to people. Gotta do peg legs, so let's roll that. Peg legs with Echo are definitely what I like for this build. Another ASA poison. Maybe I'll leave that one, because that's almost bricked. We'll roll the new one. Action skill starts spell damage. No. Action skill start gun damage. That's a good one. Let's try that one out. Because that'll be weaker spore fuses, but 40% gun damage is like... nice. That'll go to the barrage. Yeah, let's mess around with that. Myth rank, hero points on armor. Yeah. From dexterity and collectible challenge for more dexterity. Hey Carter, how you doing? Claw seems like it has really high gear requirements. It pays off as one of the most fun classes I'm out. Really wish I'd started Claw. Yeah, Claw definitely is the investment character. Whereas Spell Shot just kind of gets up and running very easily. Claw's on the other end of the spectrum, where once you know what to build around with it, and you get the gear to take advantage of that, it takes off. Honestly, and this is going to be something that I feel like people are going to come to this conclusion over time. If I was to quantify a quote-unquote weakest class, it's Stabomancer. It is legitimately Stabomancer. Now, that's not to say Stabo can't do some crazy stuff, but like, it's funny that Stabo is one of the most hyped, yet it provides the least unique functionality. But it's easy to understand and easy to use, so that's why it gets the hype. Stabo is the light show of classes. Very straightforward and popular because of it, but never best. Well, not never, but infrequently best. Now, that is not necessarily saying it's weak. Just saying, if I had to rank, which I don't like doing because it's a flawed metric, I'm sure the rest of you have also seen some crazy Stabo interactions. Like, you can do some fun dot stuff, you can do some melee stuff. It's got a great layer of quality of life with evasion and move speed and swing speed. Claw's got, or Stabo rather, has got a lot going for it. It's just got the least going for it. The least individually impactful things, I suppose I should say. Oh, I got baited by that right into the barrel. Always be a weakest class, that isn't a bad thing. Well said, Pico. That was Amara in Borderlands 3, and she was still very powerful and very enjoyable. No one wants to talk about it, but in Borderlands 2, that was Maya. And I played a lot of Maya. You try the balance mod for BL3? Yes, yes. Aaron is a friend of the channel, a valued community member, and I was happy to, I was honored to be asked for feedback throughout the process of development for Balance, so I contributed some of my own feedback as it was being made, and I did play Balance on stream, a few streams. It was an enjoyable experience. I like Balance. Hey Swin, how you doing? Hope you're well. Thoughts on Claw Capstone? I think it's easily the worst of the 6. I strongly disagree with that, Raging American. Claw Capstone hits very hard with investment. Very hard. It also helps trigger off, which is Claw's just strongest skill. If you were to, once again, if you're ranking things, I'd honestly say that Stabbo Capstone would take the bottom slot. Because the use cases for it are so hyper-conditional as to when it would eclipse a different capstone, that it's like, Storm Smite can hit hard. You're looking at, you need Awe, obviously, for crit damage and crit chance consistency. But a bunch of elemental bonuses, ability bonuses, you can get Storm Smite to one-shot badasses. And it's good damage distribution around the map, which feeds nicely into Echo, triggering various effects. Now, the puddles do stealth damage, which is kind of a bad meme if you happen to make one in water and step in it. But I find that for some things, Storm Smite leaving puddles you can step in is actually advantageous. For example, if you're running a Selective Amnesia armor, you can just take a dip into your puddle, and it'll turn on your Amnesia for your massive damage bonus. And I happen to have an Amnesia with 3 points in Awe that I do exactly that on. Now, when Awe and Amnesia are active, I do so much damage that I also kill me, but I kill the enemies too. Both are tied for me, because if you want to proc Awe, there's plenty of ways to proc it. Right. Yeah, you have lots of measures to access Awe. It's just one of many. I'd say both of those capstones are less immediately advantageous than something like Berserker Capstone, which is just crazy good. Uptime and cooldown from one source like that, extremely high value. And then Play the Angles for Spore Warden is good. Not as good as it's hyped to be, because there's a lot of weapons that do ricochet or, you know, additional mob targeting mechanics themselves. You have black powder weapons, you have Fear Knots like this, you have the Live Wire. You have lots of ways to multi-target already without needing that capstone, but, you know, it's not bad. A Spell Shot capstone can range from great to worthless depending on your choice of spell. If you're using, say, a Twister, then it's great value, because Twister's got a long-ish cooldown. But if you're using a Laser Hand, well, that thing's off cooldown by the time you've shot it. So, less value there. Ooh, Body Rip. Also found out that repeating cast Magic Barrage is 5 casts. I have a times 35 spell, basically. Let's go. Claw, the epitome of only I can kill me. I don't know. Graveborn's pretty tanky, Swin. Sanguine Sacrament? It do be going dummy with the healing. I think Grave might be the only I can kill me. Especially because you have Reaper of Bones on top of that. Reaper of Bones is deadass just, hey, I can't die. And then when it ends, it's like, no, seriously, 3 more seconds, I can't die. And that's on the class with Sanguine Sacrament, the biggest heal in the game. That is spammable just by casting a spell. Grave be dummy tanky. Graveborn is nobody can kill me, Clawbringer is only I can kill me. Yeah, that might be fair. Hot take, but Spell Shot's one of the more tanky when you have that Healing Shield on Mage Armor. Yeah, you can do some shield tanking stuff with Spell Shot for sure. It can be very tanky. It's just specific things counter it. Namely that that purple goop that goes directly to your HP pool and certain attacks that are designed to health gate you. But you can definitely be tanky on a Spell Shot. It just doesn't have healing, which means that your survivability avenues tend to be a little bit more limited. Healing is just kind of something that helps a lot of different playstyles. But I'm not saying Spellshot needs healing. I like that it doesn't have that. I like when a powerful class has one clear area where it's got downsides. Spellshot's got so much going for it that it not having direct survivability in that way, and instead having the shield stuff, ward stuff, makes it a little more flavorful. I'm a big fan of that. Played any of the Persona games? I have not. Purple Goop is magic slime. Nope, I done did myself with a fire dot. That's why we skeep.
Oh, you are vile! Thanks for the reload!
It's so satisfying.
Unleash hell!
Start playing Persona 4 on the hook. Ooh, nice. Deathless converting HP to shield lets Grave increase ward's load. I want a good build maker to adjust my build a bit, because I don't have hardly any damage. Like I said earlier, I have a shit ton of DR. Yeah, you've got Lord of Edges, Grave having Ascension, and then that converting with Deathless probably gives you some pretty good capacity as well. Yeah, the trouble with that is, in that kind of setup, you're gonna lean heavily on, enchants for your elemental bonuses. You're kind of neglecting that tree-wise. So that's just kind of a thing that tends to happen if you're not a Clawbringer. So it's fixable. Yeah, I think you can get a good formula out of that still. Rich American. I think that's got potential. Because Deathless giving you max Lord of Edges, like, always on, is super impactful. That is a big bonus. Both damage reduction and damage. You've also got Spellshot Graveborn, so you've got max potential blast gasps in there. This one mage armor. Neat. Hey Ultra Christy, how you doing? Any plans for the Theater Kid build? So far I'm thinking repeating Impaling Ice Spikes in both hands. Because you can get those, like, 4 charges. And it's funny. You do that with Graveborn for Blast Cast, and just constantly spam my snap attack. Ricochets go burr. Just hit C20 with Spore One Berserker. Congrats. Big milestone. Probably roll Lord of Edges and Rebuke on one armor to know though. I know Stabomancer Graveborn rolls Lord of Edges. It's either Graveborn Stabo or Stabo Graveborn that rolls Lord of Edges on armor. So you can get 2 out of 1 Lord of Edges. Here, let me check the spreadsheet. So I am curious. Yeah, it's Stabo Graveborn, which rolls Lord of Edges, Sneak Attack, and Arsenal. So the other skills wouldn't be useful to you. Graveborn Spellshot rolls Ascension, Warcaster, and Essence Drain. You could get, like, 3 extra ascension there. Lot of HP. Link, that spreadsheet right there. Thank you, Failson.
At least you're some use. That's for making me look at you.
See those ricochets trigger Spore Fuse is so satisfying. Shit's strong. But yeah, damage-wise for that setup, depending on your chosen output for damage, Raging American, like if you're trying to do some Blast Gasp spell stuff, then having Greyborn power on your armor is going to be very impactful, so you're going to want to prefer one of those combinations. Otherwise, getting Spell Shot power is going to feed into your Magic Bullets, which will improve your guns. And of course, Spell Shot power is spell damage. So.
Simple geometry.
Spells are so much fun. That they are. Spell design has felt great in this game.
Not this time.
Got someone with Ricochet. Hey Onyx, surprised I'm still alive. I just kinda didn't hit stop streaming yet. I'll probably finish up after this run, to be honest. But how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. This build has been super fun. I'm maybe mildly addicted to running with it. It's just so satisfying.
Thanks for the reload, idiot. I'll give you a good home. Nasty, ugly, angry. Like wheat before the side. Like rain, only sharper.
Can do deadlift PR? Let's go. Good shit, dude. Yep. Build seems so much more tanky than the Spell Shot Stab Arm Run at the moment. I don't have much invested in survivability right now, zippity zip. I'm mostly just killing things before they can kill me. I am getting a little bit of ward back from Mage Armor. Butt Stallion was kind enough to give me a second point, but it's not hugely impactful. That's my only real survivability other than having a Skeep. Just adding this amulet to any build massively increases your survivability. And I'm also getting a heal on kill from Body Rune. So it's mostly just gear based. These two things providing the majority of what you're seeing. Otherwise I'm just getting like a chunk of my ward back every time I chuck. Which is not nothing, but it's also like not the core.
Needing that.
You know if it's more impactful to split class percent between Grave Spell for Blast Weaving or go All Spell for Max Weaving percent? Does that make sense? It does make sense, Failson. It's going to depend on what values of each you have. So, think about it this way. So, pretend Play the Angles here is Blast Gasp. Having that fresh extra multiplier to that would be more impactful than having that same value added to your spell damage. Because that spell damage is going to be additive with something you already have some of. So you're going to want to balance them. Now, the amount you want of each is going to vary depending on the amount you have in each area. But diversifying always leads to higher damage. So if you're using Blast Gasp for any amount of your damage in a spell setup, you want Graveborn Power somewhere. Whether that's on just your amulet, just your armor, you want it somewhere. Because that's going to act as a fresh multiplier. Be sure to save these builds in an archive to look back on a later date. It's fun to see how DLC items change, why, how we build. Yeah, I do have the stream archive channel, Dex. And full VODs go there, so it's... The title is usually indicative of what build I'm playing. So you can always sift through that. And it'll be there for posterity. So later on as the game changes, we can see what we're doing around now. Banshee. Haven't gotten Banshee in a minute. Or Bloodletter type of armor, ward regenerating with dark magic, sanguine would be sick. That'd be cool. Who knows, maybe we get that as a class mechanic at some point. Oh, the stutter made me take that attack. Alright, that's cool, Banshee.
Let's make this interesting.
There we go.
What shall I meet death out with next?
We can go bully the buddy one more time.
Ha!
Oh, I get it. You can't wait to die. How will I do? You know what? I'm gonna start you off on. Face up. Stand by.
Helpful!
Oh, I might have shocked myself. It was intentional. It was to add difficulty. There we go, that's the big damage chunk I was looking for. Hey, Ferric, how you doing? We made poison build because we're toxic. Snow, you done some. We'll take out our OG Rackstat build and see if it still holds up. Keeping the save too might help, not just the VODs. Yeah, I've been backing up my saves regularly, Deck, so that'll be an option, probably. Assuming I don't get rid of the backups at a later date. All the other Obelisk bosses feel like super badasses at best. Pigwort feels more like a mini boss fight like a Rally or something. Pigwort's a fucking raid boss. He is built truly different. Calamity's trying. I guess I make room for that. What do I drop, though? Well, you're just a regular old body room. I don't need you. Mantis Claw. Poison conversion, not good skills. Don't have to worry about it. Ancient Deity, only one part. Diamond Gauntlets, it's trying, but not very hard. I can leave that. Channel Cast, Fall into Hydra, not repeating. Managed to hit C20 with my build yesterday, I'm happy. Let's go. I've been enjoying this new build today. I hadn't done a Spore Warden build since like the first couple days of the game. And now we're back to it. It feels good. Just glad the Heliart Wyvern isn't a Chamber Obelisk boss. So about that stuff, Beaver. About that. About that. Wonderlands overall feels good, man. Yeah. So much to do. Already making so many different builds. I'm sorry I had to find out like this stuff, Beaver. The first time I got it in Chamber, I had to corner camp and dire sacrifice on cooldown, as well as leveling my Graveborn. Alright, give me the Poison Spell Shot Arbinger, please. That was Poison Clawbringer. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either, game. Blaze of Glory. No, bunnies were not very kind today. That's okay. They were very kind to me yesterday. I got a bunch of good crossblades and stuff, so I really can't complain too much. Okay, so I am going to min-max this build more, but I'm very happy with this one so far. I need to get more Fear Knots. So, like this, but with the Chain Lightning module and in different elements. I need to get those to cover different weaknesses. We did a Maker run on this build today. Did a bunch of raid bosses. We got some cool clips on... we bullied Nightmare, we bullied Bunted Hog. Good build, good build. Are they updating the bosses, or are some just that rare? Some are just rare, seemingly. There's some that I go a while without seeing on obelisks. Yeah, this is a good point to call it. And Strimmer's bladder is screaming at him again. So, let's find somewhere to raid, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. Let's, for raid message. Let's do that. Thanks for everything today. Thank you, Failson, and everyone else. You guys are awesome. We had some difficult conversations at certain points, but I like to think we keep it light, have some good conversation. And we got good community vibes. You know, tight-knit. Anyone new here? I'm Quag. I stream 6 days a week, do Wonderland stuff. We got a lot of community resources and stuff in the Discord, so feel free to join that. Follow me on my socials. I do go live tweets. Twitch live alerts are sometimes pretty shit. So, I put something in the Discord and I tweet out whenever I go live. There's a VODs channel, Stream Archive, if you want to catch up on past broadcasts. I do have an actual YouTube channel, but I've not uploaded any Wonderlands content to it since pre-launch yet. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Who is live doing the thing? Players. Soccer Chick is just starting. Can we go over to Soccer Chick? Yeah, literally just starting. Pascaroni, how long's Pascaroni been on? Let's see. How long's he? Come on, Twitch, show me how long Streamer has been live. I don't like accidentally sending people stream. An hour 48? Alright, we'll go to Pascaroni. Because I hate interrupting people as they're starting streams, too. You know, he's holding good viewers. Let's go to Soccer Chick. Executive decision. I'm indecisive as fuck.
No.
We'll go to Soccer Chick.
No, right. Yeah, that should do.
So join the raid. Let's go say hi to Soccer Chick. She is she's been streaming for a few months now. Shit, time is weird. Yeah, it's my 6-month subs anniversary there. But she's an excellent flak player who really broke into the endgame speedrunning scene in Borderlands 3. Grabbed the record for scaled Guardian takedown speedrunning, so that's a pretty big achievement. I had True, she had scaled, and she just like progressively improved times at a very scary rate. Is also doing some any percent speedrunning for Wonderlands, so if you're curious about the speedrun route for the game, she might know a thing or two. Definitely knows more about it than I do. And looks like she's doing some Chaos Chamber stuff today. So we'll say hi over there. Make sure you drop that raid message. Make sure you drop Soccer Chick a follow. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for all the love and support. There's a chance I might take a day off some point this week, do like adulty shit. But until further notice, business as usual. I'll be live 9:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. You guys are great. Thank you for all the support. And I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.
I'm trying to find the safe. Oh my god, no.